wonderful, into the wonderful, into the wonderful, into the wonderful.
Welcome to the RGDS podcast, the retro gaming discussion show, where we talk about all things retro gaming. I'm your host, Paul Driscoll, aka the Drisk, and joining me today is the Yak Maestro himself. Yes, it's Richard Yaxley. And also, if that wasn't enough, we've also got the King of Retro. Yes, it is Kingy, aka Gordon King. How are you both? You well?
Yeah, good, mate. All good, yeah. Brilliant. Yeah, it's good to be on this one, isn't it?
Oh, I've been looking forward to this one. Yeah, as you've probably seen, and you've probably seen a lot of effort of mine trying to drum up interest on both this series of podcasts, but also this wonderful books that we've put together as well to coincide with it. Because this is a super special two-parter episode that we've done, where we've gone through what we consider the 50 best Amiga games. And this is part one. It will go through from number 50 through to 26. And we'll briefly mention some of the other, like the accompanying sequels. But what's fantastic with this is that, and to be honest, it's been decades in the making, really, because I've always wanted to put together a book that I consider is worthy of the Amiga, for me, the most special machine. And so accompanying these episodes, we've collectively, I guess me taking the lead, has put together a gorgeous two-part full-colour books. I mean, they're absolutely massive. I mean, part one, which will cover this episode, is 348 pages long. I know it's crazy. That's covering up, from 50 through to 26. And then there'll be another book that's even bigger that is 502 pages covering for the second part, which will go from 25 through to number one. And we'll stagger the releases with these podcasts. And I really urge you, you're listening, but, I think they go hand in hand, the podcasts and the books, because you can hear our views. Obviously, we're not going to go into the sheer detail that the books offer. So you got the best of both worlds there. And as I mentioned, this is a real labour of love. I've wanted to write a book on the Amiga, and it's the Amiga book that I've always wanted to see, basically. And we cover everything in the books. I mean, we go through sort of what we consider to make the Amiga so special, the hardware variants and all the bundles. But more importantly, we go in depth to each of these games with all the reviews back in the day pulled together with large sections of what they said, along with, of course, what we said and our personal sort of like modern reviews, but also what they went on to do, all the people who worked on the games. So you get a sense of, because a lot of these people went on to do major modern games that, people might not be aware of. And even even beyond that, really, we've sort of like pulled in together like histories interspersed at key moments of the actual publishers and developers and their history. So it really is all encompassing of what we're doing. And then finally, at the back of book two, you'll see when that gets released, we've even gone into like asking some of the best of the retro community their own list. So, I mean, we've really pulled together and made a celebration of the retro gaming community. You've got Jebs or Gebs from UK from she's really big in the YouTube scene, and Kim Justice. I mean, she's really well known. Sam Dyer of Bitmap Books, which I still say is the premium retro books you can buy. Ravi Abbott from Retro Hour, Paul Monahan, who of course does his own podcast like the Maximum Power Up, but also is the main key writer on Amiga Addict. And of course you've got like people like Mads and Steve from the Retro Asylum. And more importantly, we've even asked some of our listeners, and they've given their own takes of their favourites.
Hey Rick, he might include you and I in this eventually, won't he?
I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean, you guys have sort of seen the book. I mean, what do you think about it?
Oh, it's great. You're right. I am very much, you can't have everything printed, Paul, right? But after seeing this all being compiled, because it was good to give you our critiques and and the views on the games, and you took them from us. You Desktop published it and made this wonderful, very thick book. I mean, rivaling the Yellow Pages in Greater London, for goodness sake. But after seeing it and reading it on a tablet, which I normally do with magazines, just because simply I don't always have the real estate just to keep storing things on bookshelves. They're creaking, they're bending, they're twisting. It's like, there's only so much you can store. But after seeing you do a little preview on Twitter and such like in social media, showing people what the book looks like that you've printed from Lulu, it's like, wow,
it really shows the scope of it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's very tempting now because it's so vast. It's overwhelmingly vast in a good way, not in a bad way. It just seems like I need to get the physical version of this.
Yes, yeah. I mean, I'm still struggling with book 2 because Lulu, they keep on saying I need to put premium colour when it goes stupid colour. I've tried it twice, which is annoying, but we will give the link to book 1 at least until I can try and sort it with them, or maybe some of our listeners out there, if you know a way of getting this printed out for people, that would be awesome. But to be honest, it is. I mean, it is designed as a digital book in mind. I mean, we've got QR codes so people, every game that we talk about.
He's up with the kids, folks. He's put QR codes in.
Yes, yeah, I know. And that every single game that gets mentioned will have a link to the manual, and also like manual scan, and also the gameplay. So you can see full gameplay. But it's also every single game, not only with the QR code, has like a MMV hyperlink. I did it that way rather than the QR codes because I found as you were scrolling, it was too easy to hit them, if you know what I mean. They were too big.
See, there's method to your madness.
Well, there's
very
madness.
clever.
Yeah, there's definitely madness.
Madness.
So, but I'm pleased. As I say, it's what I've always wanted to put together, and I really hope people sort of enjoy. And I think it's wonderful if you're for Amiga veterans, but even for newbies. I think people new to the Amiga and wanting experience. I think it really, because it is, I think it's a really good list we've put together. I think it's a great introduction for people to try some of these unique best games that people might not be aware of, because there was a lot of games that only came out in the Amiga. I mean, what about you, Rick?
We're not saying this is the best 50 games on the Amiga, are we? But we're saying that basically what we did, we made a spreadsheet and we sort of marked them with points and they sort of moved above and below each other, and we got our top 50 from our sort of collective.
And then
top
Rick
50
nobbled,
or 100 or whatever.
And then Rick nobbled them to make sure that some of his games came in.
No.
And his eclectic taste. He's like, there's an outsider down at number 2. How did that get there?
There will be some interesting, but I mean, sometimes that's what you need.
That's fun.
It's all fun. But to be honest, actually, I think it is a really, despite everybody has their own memories and things, and you'll see with all the sniping that goes on when we go through this episode, it's good. It's good to have an eclectic list.
Yeah, it's a good mix, isn't it?
I think so. I think it's a good introduction to the Amiga in terms of the games, and hopefully there'll be ones new for people to try, or maybe encourage people to replay some of the games they fondly remember. Fantastic. I will add just at the end, because it was, it is a completely free book, but I have, because it was a major task, and to be honest, I've recently been made redundant. I've snuck in a completely optional buy me a coffee into the books. You don't have to do it, but if you wanted to, greatly appreciated. If you enjoy them, that would be awesome.
I'm sure
I'll get you a Greg's coffee, mate.
Yeah, get me a Greg's coffee. Yeah. Get me a McDonald's coffee. That's cheaper. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Or Weatherspoons. That's even cheaper.
Hey, infinite refills.
No, but it is completely optional. If not able to do that, which is absolutely fine. The main thing we really want is just help us share these books to as many people as possible. Because I really think the Amiga is such a special machine, and it passed a lot of people by. There's a lot of games that only really sat on the Amiga or the Atari ST that, vast majority of people don't even know about. So I think any way of encouraging people to discover these games is to be, shouted from the rooftops, isn't it, really? Fantastic.
Yeah, sure. Indeed, absolutely.
Yeah. Right, so we go into the games themselves then.
Woohoo! Let's do this.
Yeah, so I guess just a couple of minutes. I'll go to you, Rick, first, and then Kingy. Very briefly, just give people a sense, because I know we've done it before. How did you come to the Amiga, and why is it so special to you?
Yeah, sure, man. Well, it back in it must have been sort of 91, I'd imagine. I had an Atari ST, and Street Fighter II was obviously on the horizon for the consoles and stuff like that. And obviously US Gold were going to release Street Fighter II on the ST, and obviously Amiga, etc., etc. And you needed the half meg upgrade, and obviously that wasn't sort of standard at that point at time. And I was thinking about getting the half meg upgrade for the ST, and for some reason my old man, because I think he had a mate who lived round the corner from us, and I think his son was selling an Amiga, and so I got a second-hand Amiga with an extra disk drive, like external floppy drive, with the half meg upgrade, and we got rid of the ST, and never looked back, to be honest. It's just obviously Street Fighter II was dog shit, but it opened a world of so many unique experiences, and not only was it great for games as well, it was also the workbench and the applications that you could get on the Amiga. Deluxe Paint. The file optimization stuff, going into like editing games and graphics files and different bits and pieces for different games. Like I remember creating an entire edited World Cup for France '98 towards the end of the Amiga's lifespan. I think it was an Amiga cover disc, CD disc,
That's right, yeah.
with tools to edit the teams, and basically we because on Sensible Soccer all the defenders have got slow speeds and that. I just ramped everyone up to have the same speed, and it was we had a manic tournament, me and my mates, with that setup. But it's just, it's just a great machine with so many quirky, and you've got your console like games on it, but you've got these sorts of games that you just don't really work or don't get on a console. That just work on the Amiga so well, with the sound chip and the graphics on it and everything. I think at one point I owned nearly every iteration of sort of mainstream Amiga that you could have got. So I had the A500 with the half meg upgrade to begin with. Then I managed to get hold of a 500 plus off my mate. I got a CD TV. I had an A1200, a 600, a CD32, and an A4000, which was my sort of my Grail machine back in the day. Unfortunately, I had to sell that for financial reasons, but I wish I never did, because it was I had loads of good stuff on there, loads of files I'll never see again. You know what I mean? Like just silly things, all the graphics, all the art I did on it, and I just didn't back them up because I just weren't like sort of thinking in that way back then. But great machine. Just so much you could do with it, copying games and everything else. There's a real community about the Amiga. If you knew anyone who had an Amiga with like yourself, you were in your own little cult, weren't you, really, if you know what I mean? It was a great time. It's a great time to be alive. All the mod music, you'd be getting like funny mod files and banging him on him, Octamed or whatever MIDI tracker you had back in the day and stuff. Loads of cool things. Yeah, brilliant machine.
Awesome. And you, Kingy?
Yeah, I mean, definitely a number of the things that Rick had said there echoes exactly my take on Amiga. So for me, there's always a generation of new systems that bring me back into it. I always think I've given up with gaming, because I'm so adamant that the current generation that I've eventually given up with was enough for me. It's like, right, I'm fed up with my Spectrum now. I've played it since, the early 80s all the way through to 1991 or whatever, so I really stuck with it hard. And by that point, I left school. I got like my job, apprenticeship style like job, so you've not got the greatest wages because they're sending you to college to get a qualification. So the downside of that is you've not got a great wage. I think I was on something like £80 a week or something back then. So to save up for something like an Amiga, well, you starve yourself in your school lunches, Paul, so it can be done. Let's be honest about that, But it was my brother who obviously introduced me to it. He started off with the Atari ST, a bit like what you said there, Rick. I enjoyed that, I was like, well, great. The graphics are amazing, I thought at the time, and played some wonderful games. But he quickly traded that in for an Amiga 500. And that's when my world changed, It was like the games that were coming out for it were just exactly the type of games I was wanting to play. Exactly what you said there, Rick, about these unique games that you didn't really get on consoles or wouldn't work on consoles. They came out on this. Or maybe some did, don't get me wrong, but this is, this was the first place you saw them, whether it be Worms or Cannon Fodder. They came out in other systems, but with the mouse, it just worked wonderful, didn't it? And it was the origin places of them. Exactly what you said as well about, well, people may go, why didn't you just then get a console? These things all came out in it. But the ability of mods and altering the games with D-Paint, whatnot, make your own levels in Worms or modifying this, modifying that. That's where it was for me. It was highly exciting being able to do that, just delving into the game and whatnot and doing that. But mainly, let's be frankly honest about it, the abundance of copied games that you can get for the Amiga, right? You can see what people were buying in Woolies or John Menzies or W.H. Smith, and they were buying cartridges for their consoles, and it's costing them quite a pretty penny, 30 quid, whatever, for a console game. And you're going to a local Sunday market or friends that have got a game and using Xcopy and doing all this. So there's no denying that the free abundance, if you want to call it that, certainly sold more Amigas, maybe crippled the companies, but it's like a lot of, even Sony admitted that in later years, that the ability of piracy for the Sony PlayStation 1 certainly sold more consoles. But yeah, there's that balance of you're harming a developer. I get that, and we've covered these arguments in our piracy episode. But eventually, my brother moved on to the 1200, so I bought his 500 off him, and then he moved on to a PC, so I bought his 1200 off him. So I always got it second hand in the end from him, and I just had many great years of playing so many incredible games, just great memories. That something that I thought after, as I said, after the Spectrum, that I'm done with gaming, I'm moving on to music and grown up stuff and whatnot. And then I see something like that just pulls me back in again and reminds me that I am a gamer at heart.
Yeah. No, it was similar for me, really. I've only mentioned briefly because I know we've said this story many a time, but, saw it around a friend's house and just knew, particularly when I saw Super Hang-On, the Amiga port of that, I just knew I had to own one, because I did the similar calculation in my head as well, that although it was an incredible outlay, it was like 400 quid, in the early days to get the Amiga, and it was incredible outlay. But I knew that once you got it, for all the reasons you mentioned, Kingy, you were actually sort of, it was a lot cheaper in the long run. So. Yeah, but I think it's a beautiful machine. To people that perhaps were there the early days of of PC, the Microsoft PC and IBM compatible, a lot of the games were far superior on the Amiga than you would have had in that period. So, I'd say to people that perhaps went down that path, you might want to try and you'll probably see some of these games that get mentioned. There's actually a superior version on the Amiga. But yeah, it's a beautiful machine. I went from a 500, then I got, actually my dad bought the 1200, and I sort of really, it was mine, even though he bought it. I also had the A570, which was like the CD TV add-on for the Amiga 500. So that made it a CD TV, and that was really my exposure to the hardware. Years later, I've obviously picked up things like CD32 and things like that, and had a grand old time and played a lot of these, round friends and things, all the other variants. But anyway, beautiful machine, and I agree with everything you said. It was so much more, whether it was magazines, whether it was the demo scene, whether it was the applications. There was a whole world to the Amiga. It wasn't just the games. You had all of this.
Yeah, I think Rick also nailed it about saying the friends you made around it. It was like a cult in a different way. It wasn't just your casual, because there's a lot of casual players during that time that had all the consoles, and that's fine. I'm not slagging it. I mean, there's a lot of hardcore players that had the consoles as well, but I just felt the Amiga, I mean, to me it was a natural progression anyway. I love home computers as a thing. Grew up with them, whether it be the 8-bit micro period and the 16-bit period. Loved when you seen an Archimedes, or you loved when you seen an ST, stuff like that. So there's a pull towards a computer because you can do other things more than just play the games. But let's be honest, at its core, it is about the games.
Oh, 100%. But as you say, I mean, to be honest, the home computer scene in all forms, but the Amiga as well, as you'll see in the book when we talk about what people went on to do. It kick-started so many careers, and because it was a very unique time where the professionals that were making these games that we're going to cover used the same tools that we all had access to as kids. They were using Deluxe Paint, and they were using sort of music tracking software. And of course there was, you had all the components to your own hand. You could, if you had the skill and the ability and the patience, make games that would be, comparable to what these professional houses were doing. Because, these were only made by typically sort of like 2 or 3 people often.
Yeah.
Wasn't like big development houses.
The bedroom programmer still existed in its essence.
That's right. It's it's like with the old 8-bit computers. You team of 2 or 3 guys, they were still able to perform on the Amiga, weren't they? Whereas you take a game from the Mega Drive, say, there's 50 people or 30 people who worked on it or something, and on the Amiga, you still had small, 2 to 5 team members, and that sort of carried those guys, the guys who went on to be more successful in the in the sort of European sort of scene of video games. They went through the route of the Amiga and then branched off some of their games onto the consoles, to get them more exposure in that. But like things like Team 17 who went on, didn't they? I know they sort of died on the Hill of Worms eventually, but
they're still going strong. I mean, they're becoming an indie publishing house, but yeah, one of the few that did survive to the modern days. Right. Anyway, so we go on to the games themselves.
Let's go.
Right. Let's go for the first game.
The desert, unchanged for millions of years, yet witness to a biblical prophecy come true that one day the meek shall inherit the earth.
Okay, so as you probably heard with that music there, number 50 is it's a real favourite of mine. It was one that I probably nobbled the list a bit to to sneak it in. I sort of wooed the others to try and creep it in. It Came from the Desert. This was a Cinemaware game published by Mirrorsoft in 1989, and it's a wonderful sort of like a adventure game in the typical vein of Cinemaware games, where it's beautiful graphics, beautiful visuals, but they intersperse with the fantastic graphics mini games. But it's the whole experience of sort of taking you to another world, really. And with this one in particular, It Came from the Desert is sort of set in the 1950s, and it's really a love letter to the 50s B movie. So films like It Came, Them, and It Came from Outer Space. These sort of 50s. It sort of takes those ideas, and it's all about you're in this sort of desert town in the middle of nowhere, sort of investigating sort of a meteorite strike, and you very quickly, it's not really a spoiler because it's sort of on the cover, you discover there's like an infestation of giant, huge ants. But it's got this sort of like cast of David Lynchian style characters, isn't it? Where they're all a bit creepy and a bit weird, and you don't know what's going on. I mean, I'll go to you, Kingy. I mean, what's your memories of this game?
Yeah, I mean, we covered this. This game, you and I covered this in almost one of my most earliest episodes I did with yourself.
Yeah, the
when I joined
B-movie
you guys.
special. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was a great episode to do because it covered a good range of games. And yeah, I mean, I remember this very vividly, and it's like one of these games that just takes you back to that time when you had the patience to play dialogue-driven games like this. I don't know what's happened in this day and age. I blame social media, and I blame texting, or I blame old age, or maybe my shitty eyesight, right? But, I would devour dialogue-driven games like this incredibly, especially when I just had it to myself, and it was dark at night in the bedroom, and I should really be going to bed because it's work the next day, but you fire this up and there's an absolute oozing atmosphere from the feel given by the aesthetics, and the pixel art is wonderful in this game. And just the narrative, like what Cinemaware do with their games, it drives you along. but it is broken up with these series of, you go back to now, the very basic mini games, but they were great fun to play back then. I really enjoyed it, but just the whole interaction of the residents or the workers in the town and figuring it out, and just it is cinematic. It really is, and I think it does capture that, hokum of the B movies very well, and it's been created in video game form with taste, I would say. So yeah, I've got good memories of it. Like I said in my own mini review of it on the book, I wouldn't go back and play it anymore now. It's a thing of its time, but I do think fondly of it.
Yeah, no, that's good. And you, Rick, what was your take with this one?
This is a weird one for me, man, because the only Cinemaware game I sort of played back in the day was Wings, so I didn't really play any of the other Cinemaware games, really. But it's a weird one for me because sort of coming back to seeing it now, how it is, from today's perspective, I get a really sort of weird sort of like a vibe of Silent Hill from it for some reason, because it's got this really ominous atmosphere to it, lots of strange characters, and just the whole sort of day-night cycle as well that's in the game. It's got a real sort of living, breathing feel to it, hasn't it? And it's just a cracking little gem of a game. I do kind of fancy going back and giving this one a go and seeing if I can get into it and that.
Yeah, I mean, it is, as Kingy sort of mentioned, it's got a lot of foibles with this. I mean, the mini games aren't the greatest, apart from the hospital, escaping the hospital. Because if you get attacked by an ant, you get put in the hospital, and you can either wait it out, which is that's bad because the ants will eventually attack, so you're losing precious days. But you can try and escape, and getting the wheelchair with all of the doctors and nurses running after you is it's like a carry-on film, and you're bombing along with that's quite fun. But to be honest, a lot of the other mini games aren't the greatest, to be honest. But it doesn't matter. It is a cinematic experience. Every single character, like the location and character, has its own music accompanying them that sort of fits in with that character. But so many nice touches to the game.
The mayor is an absolute tosser in the town. I mean, he doesn't believe anything you say to him, does he? He's like, come on, man, there's shit going down. It's like, no, typical.
But he's like Jaws, isn't he? The mayor
Jaws, exactly like that. It's like, come on, things are not right here.
And of course, you got the creepy Neptune secret club, isn't it? With the guy with the sort of the seahorse's silly hat that he's got. He's a bit creepy, although his daughter's a bit of a looker. But it's a fun game. I mean, one of the things that's wonderful with this is that Cinemaware have released a compilation on Steam. Well worth putting on your list to perhaps get it in the sale, because sometimes it goes super cheap. But what I love about it, they give you particularly the Amiga versions as well. I mean, you got the inferior PC versions if you want, for nostalgia's sake. But it's got the Amiga ones, and they're perfectly done. So, I mean, that's a great way of, legally sort of playing these games again. But yeah, I really adore this game. It's a special game in my heart. And one of the things actually with that compilation that I mentioned on Steam as well, it has there's a lesser known data disc sequel, which really is its own story, called Ant Heads. And that's on that compilation, which is wonderful as well. I have linked it in the book, so you'll be able to go onto Steam and get the pack if you want. But Ant Heads is pretty good as well, because that time the people, it's like Invasion of the Body Snatchers. The people are actually turning into sort of half man, half ants in front of you as well. So it adds a whole new element, but it's the same location, but it does follow on the story like, a couple of years on. Special game. It was well received at the time. Most of the reviews were up in the sort of like 90s and 80%. And always been a special game to me. It's, for me personally, whilst I appreciate like Wings has got better mini games, I find the experience of It Came from the Desert is more compelling. But maybe that's because after sort of Defender of the Crown, this was the first Cinemaware game that I really played. Obviously played Defender of the Crown first, but this one really, partly because I've always loved the sci-fi genre as well. Awesome. Any more you want to say about this one, or any thoughts?
All good here.
All good, mate.
Cool. Right. So we go on to the next game then.
Mm-hmm.
Right, we're on to 49, and this was one that Kingy fought very hard to make sure made Alice.
Of course!
Made Alice, yeah, absolutely. And it is number 49. We have Flood, done by Electronic Arts and published by Electronic Arts, but famously developed by Bullfrog, yes, the people behind Syndicate and Populous and all those good games. And it's about a sewer womble. I'll let Kingy explain it more.
Underground, overground, wombly. Right. Basically, the world is not so good for poor Squiffy. He's a little amphibious creature that minds his own business in his underground caverns. But his world has been attacked, right, by these nasty Vorgs. Right, so there he is, just going, I love my life, it's great. But they're flooding his domain and scattering their litter all over about the place. So it's his mission to undo those wrongs and defeat these evil, invaders coming to ruin his peaceful and tranquil life. Now, the reason I like this game so much is I think that it still kind of harks back to 8-bit sentiments to a degree. It's that period in gaming's life where we're still evolving, and the things I've learned from the previous period still have and bear influence on these games coming out, albeit, let's be honest, vastly superior, lots more going on, but you can see not really the influences, but the origins. That's probably the best thing I want to describe about it. I just love the whole level design in the game, where it goes from relatively small to pretty big as all the 40 plus levels go on in the game, where as I said, the water levels are rising, all the creatures are all roaming the area that you have to destroy with your different weapons, power-ups, hand grenades, boomerangs, whatnot else. But I just loved how Squiffy was able to cling to all the surfaces. That's what I loved about the game. Just you can be upside
quite unique,
down,
isn't it, as a platformer?
Yeah. But yeah, there's a puzzle element in how to solve the levels. You've got all the faucets dripping, running the water in different directions, and see the water running up. But it was the sound effects as well that blew me away. I just love all the sprite work in it, all the cutesy, not necessarily cutesy, but you know what I mean, graphics in it. And I just think that Quiffy is a lovable character that should have starred in a lot more video games, if you ask me personally.
Yeah, I mean, it never quite happened, did it? I know they did do some artwork, wasn't it, with Flood 2, but it just never really happened, unfortunately. What about you, Rick? I mean, what's your thoughts on this one?
This is another one that didn't make higher up the list, I think, because I never played it back in the day. it's a game that's sort of up my street. I do like the premise. It reminds me a little bit of Creatures on the 8-bits. Maybe that's where Kingy sort of got the same sort of feeling about it. I just think it's a nice little game. It's got, I think there's a little bit of, I think it would have been higher up the list, perhaps. Maybe I feel like the mechanics are slightly a little bit janky in it, but the concept and the gameplay is decent, and it's a really cool looking little platformer, puzzle platformer, isn't it? Really, it's a nice little game. It's one I'm definitely going to try and play a bit more of, because I'm always in the business of finding some new little gems that I've not played before, and this is definitely one I'm going to give a go of a bit more.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it fries my brain that this was done by Sean Cooper, who went on to be the main person behind the game Syndicate, which you kind of can tell because this has an amazing array of weaponry, loads of explosions and things. It's a very dark platformer, really, and I mean dark as in tone, isn't it? Yeah. Not just visually, but it's got loads of ideas. I've come Kingy over the years has managed to through. Keep bashing me over the head with this, has actually got me to appreciate it a lot more by sort of forcing me to play. I never really gelled with it back in the day, but I think that was more me. I'm more towards like cutesy sort of platform mascot characters, and I found it a little bit. Well, really, it's what I appreciate now is it's much more of a puzzle platformer, and once you go in with that mindset, it's a lot of fun. I'm certainly glad it made our list. So really, really good, and just blows my mind that Sean Cooper. I mean, he was only 19 when he made this.
I was very proud if I wrote this at the age of 19.
I know.
I could barely tie my shoelaces at that age.
Yeah, but I mean that's say what you like about Peter Montague, but he was very good at recognizing talent. I mean, these were people just out of school that were just like hired almost like on an internship, and rather than what happens to most people in companies where they're just making coffee and doing mundane things, he really helped them genuinely grow and learn to program and all the good stuff. And this is a really special game, and it certainly showed what some of the great games that Sean Cooper would go on to do. So awesome choice. I think it's wonderful. So, as you probably heard with the music there, number 48. This was one that Rick fought very hard to make sure the list. It is North and South. It's an Infogrames game developed in-house, came out in 1989. A very early sort of real-time strategy game, really. Although very simplistic in its sort of like a lot of the cinema where it mixed in mini games as well, and you can play up to 2-player. I'm going to pass it over to Rick because it's a real favourite of his and us as well. Do you want to describe it to our listeners?
Yeah, sure, mate. So it's a really what would you call it? I suppose it's got a real character to it. It's based on a Belgian comic series, which I'm not going to attempt to pronounce.
Les Tuniques Blues.
Yeah, you do a better job there.
That's probably wrong.
He even did it with the accent.
And it's basically an American Civil War game with really cutesy little graphics. And what I think special about this one is it was one of the earliest Amiga games I did play as well, which probably is why it's quite high on my list of sort of favourite games on the Amiga. But it's just the humour. I mean, it's chock full of humour. Funny little things like tickling the photographer's arse on the option screen there.
Yeah.
But also, there's just a great array of sort of options in the game to start with. You know, you can play it just as a board game, so you literally just you play on the map screen. Yeah, sort of a Risk type game, isn't it? But then you can add the mini games in where you're either sort of doing sort of these horizontal levels where you're either trying to take a fort or you're trying to steal the goodies off of a train. But my favourite levels, which is always the way with these types of games, is always one sort of mini game, which is my favourite, was the real-time strategy part, where you've basically got two lines of North and South armies, small units, but it is a kind of sort of cat and mouse game where you've got a what do you want to call it, like a cannon, one cannon or a couple of cannons maybe, depending. You got your cavalry and you got your infantrymen, and sometimes there's a bridge you got to cross over, and it's just funny, like, because all the sounds and the music and everything, it's just so chock full of character.
Oh, so much charm, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just lovely charm to the game. I think today it's got a kind of what would you say? It's a little bit flaky in the other mini games, like the sort of the sort of platformy ones. They're a little bit janky, but I think it brings a smile to your face when you play this one, I think, and I think that's why I had it so quite high on my list anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. And what about you, Kingy? What's your memories of this one?
Yeah, I mean, I love North and South. I'm not generally a huge fan of RTS games, but this is completely RTS light and makes it more an arcade game in some ways, in that sense. Love it. More so playing it against a human opponent, whether it be a friend, a sibling, whatever, it's great fun. So like the battle scenes where you've got your cavalry, your cannons, your infantry, that is by far the best mini game on it. But like you all say, it's chock full of humour. I love the graphics, the sounds, I love the idea when you do have the main map of America at this point, where those who control the railway lines earns more cash, which can buy you more troops, which make you more powerful as well. So there is a strategy element to it, albeit not that complex, but you get the gist of it very quickly. I need to dominate these areas more than these particular areas if I'm going to really win at this, if I'm going to come in with a war of attrition against my opponent. So, yeah, love the game completely. I love the random Native American encounters as well that can come upon you, not just battles with yourself. You hear the whole tribal drum beat and such like. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, hijacking the train. Yeah, it is. It's full of charm, isn't it? I sort of agree with everything you're saying. Really, with what both of you were sort of saying with this, it was one that I spent a lot of time with, because it was so it was so accessible. It's still so accessible today. It was in many ways this was the game that I kind of wished Defender of the Crown was. I found it more engaging than that. It was a similar idea though, sort of like, you had the map and things, but I just like the Civil War settings, and of course the fantastic artwork that was sort of taken from the Belgian comic. I think it's a really fun game, and reviewed well back in the day. I mean, most of the reviews were pretty strong, and Stefan Baudet, who's the chief designer on this, he went on to do games like the V-Rally series that a lot of people have fond memories of, and Test Drive Unlimited, and the Gear.Club games that are out now. So he went into more sort of racing. Didier Soffray, who did the graphics, which really encaptured that comic book. I mean, he's gone on to do, the Little Big Adventure, which is one that I really love. Twinton Odyssey on the PC and Toy Commander on the Dreamcast. And most recently he did the indie game Too Dark, which is really good. That's numerical 2 and then dark. So really, really good. I think it's a great development house, and I'm glad again it made the list. Really awesome. So for our next game, as you heard with that wonderful music I absolutely adore, is number 47, Rodland. This is based on quite an obscure Jaleco platform arcade game, and it was published by Storm and developed by Random Access and released in 1991. And essentially what this was is it was a sort of Jaleco's answer to Bubble Bobble, where you play, it's the same gameplay concept where it's a 1 or 2 player game. You play 2 fairies, Rin and Tita. I can't remember what they're called actually, but two fairies, pink hair and blue hair fairies. And the idea is you've got your magic wand and you whip out your magic wand and give the enemies a good bashing with it, don't you? And there's also other elements where you collect up the flowers dotted around, and that gives you an extra mode where the creatures, if you then sort of bash them with the wand, will give you letters that will spell out, extend and give you an extra life. I adore this. I mean, Tam and Rit were the name of the fairies, but I adore this. It was such a good arcade conversion. I'd never, until Maine came along, to be honest, ever played the arcade. I never saw it in the wild a few times, but it was a brilliant one that I had a lot of time for and still do today. I mean, I'll go to you, Rick. I mean, was this one you knew back in the day?
Not in the arcade, mate. No. I remember seeing the adverts for this, and I actually thought this was sort of like a, back in the day, I thought this was like a, what do you want to call it? Someone's copied a Bubble Bobble style game and put it on the Amiga. And the on the 8-bits as well. I thought it was a continuation, and then obviously only later on in life, finding MAME and stuff, you realise, oh, actually no, it's a Jaleco game, and they've done such a good job of sort of imitating the dynamic of Bubble Bobble and Rainbow Islands, that type of gameplay, the 2-player aspect, into their own sort of franchise. It did feel like a sequel to those games in a good way. The Amiga version is definitely one of the best conversions of an arcade game on the system, without a doubt. If you put this in an arcade machine back in the day and stuck it in a pub, I don't think anyone would, if they was a fan of it, I don't think they could tell the difference that easily. Do you know what I mean? Back in the day, it's just a special little game that's got such a great gameplay loop that's addictive, and a lot of fun with this one. Just it's cool, man. It's a great game. Great game.
Well, what about you, Kingy? What's your memories of this one?
Played it on the Spectrum first, would you believe?
Wow.
It was monochromatic, but it played well. You know what I mean? It was accurate enough within the Spectrum's own constraints. Never going to be a must-have game, so to speak. There's far better arcade conversions. But seeing this on Amiga just blew your cotton socks away, to be honest. It is pretty much, minus, obviously it's missing the second segment of the game. But
yes,
does that really matter? Does it capture the spirit of the arcade? Yes, it bloody well does. I mean, it looks gorgeous. It plays absolutely brilliant. And for fans of these inverted commas, single screen bubble-esque, type games, then this is the game for you. I mean, if you like Snow Brothers, you like, all that type of thing, you've just got to play this. It's fun to play, and it's why did they get this so bloody right on Amiga? I don't know. They just really
they were a
bad.
talented duo. I mean, the people involved with this, they went on to do Swiv and games like that. And in terms of the graphics, Ned Langman, he went on to do like a lot of the Storm ports, like Silkworm and Saint Dragon, Indie Heat. So they're talented duo, but only two principal guys that worked on this, and but they just got it bang on. I mean, it is okay. It's just it's a marginally squished screen because obviously you got the sidebar, but it's not really because it's. I mean, the arcade game, has a similar resolution. So you're not really losing anything. And you're right, it just plays solidly. I mean, this is full of so many cute, like, characters, from spitting sharks to like pink, cute slugs wearing a little bow and little, I mean, it really is a cute collection. I mean, this is one that, for the arcade, whenever I set up the arcade and there's like a party with and there's some kids and stuff that have come to the party, I usually put this on because it's not going to offend anybody, and it's 2-player, and it's it's just such a fun game, and that music is awesome, isn't it? The music of Rodland, so catchy. I think. I particularly love the advertising for this. I did put it in the book because because it's such a special one. And I had to scan it in because I couldn't find one that was like complete. But it said, "So cute, it'll make you puke." I mean, different times with advertising, but I can't fault it. It is an incredibly cute game, and one that I really adore, and it sounds like you guys do as well, so definitely deserve to be number 47 on our list.
Absolutely. Top notch.
Awesome. Any more you want to say about this one before we move on?
Oh, good.
Yeah. Now, obviously, to our listeners, obviously, we're not going to spend too much time on each of these games, partly because we've covered them before, but also we've got so many games to cover, and it's got to be that right balance. Right, let's go on to number 46. And as you probably heard with that gorgeous music, this is another brilliant game on the Amiga. It is Dune, of course, based on Frank Herbert's sci-fi classic series, which, of course, has recently had quite a resurgence. Thanks to a really good sort of two-part film based on the book. But decades before that, this was the first experience you could get based on that book. And what a wonderful experience it was. It's done by another French developer, Cryo Interactive Entertainment. And it was published by Virgin Games and came on 3 discs in the early 90s. So I'm going to pass it to you, Rick, because I know you've got a lot of fond memories of this. Do you want to explain it a bit more to our listeners?
Yeah, sure. So Dune is a point and click adventure, really, to begin with. It's kind of cool in that way, because later on in the game, when you reach a certain point, it does turn into an RTS. It turns into a real-time strategy part of the game. But it kind of does a good job, because Dune is such a rich... I didn't know about Dune's lore and all that lark. I didn't know anything about the books or whatnot back in the day. So this was great, because it really introduced me to the lore of Arrakis and the Dune universe. And it gives you all the characters, and it does a good job in the graphics department, because it got some great inspiration from, I can't remember which year it was now. Was it 85? The Dune film?
84. Yeah.
84. Who did the film now?
David Lynch.
It's Lynch, isn't it? That's right. Yeah.
Well, technically it's Alan Smithy, because he took his name off it, but yeah.
But so it takes it sort of what would you call it? It's aesthetic from the Lynch film, but it uses it in such a great way. And that music, when you first boot that game up, and that intro tune, it gives you that cinematic feel straight away. It's got a real sort of an ethnic instrument type vibe, and it's really pumping, and it really gets you going. It's one of my favorite soundtracks on the Amiga. And actually, strangely enough, just as a side note, but I'll probably add it to the show notes perhaps, the guy who I cannot remember, I'm really sorry, Stefan Picky, or I can't pronounce his bleeding name, but he was the guy who did the music. And obviously they had to cut it down for the size of the samples they could use on the Amiga, but he's re-released the source compositions for the Amiga version in CD quality sound. So if you want to hear the Amiga version as it was sort of made back in the day, you can get hold of that soundtrack.
I wonder if because the soundtrack because it did come out on the Mega CD and
that's right. There was a few soundtracks, because the PC version had like the ad lib sound card version and the MIDI. The Yamaha. The Yamaha sound chip as well that you could get on the PC back in the day. But there's quite a few. I mean, I suppose you could say the Amiga version probably isn't the strongest format for this game, but it is definitely a good format. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I think it worked really well, because of course it works with the mouse and things.
Exactly.
I own the Mega CD version, and I wasn't particularly. I mean, it's gorgeous, because it's a gorgeous game, but it wasn't like, wow, this is taking it to the next level. It had speech. That's
right. Yeah, it spoke the dialogue, didn't it? Which kind of, I think the voice acting was kind of okay.
It was all right. Yeah, it was all right. But sometimes, often I like to read the dialogue, because you
do it in your own time, don't you?
Yeah. You have the voice that you
in your head.
In your head, yeah.
The dialogue voices, to be honest, I find slow down the speed of the game. And ever since the advent of the technology for compression for audio, I found it's just taking away the experience of the game, because I can read that line twice the speed this slow person can speak about it, and I end up skipping the. I can't be arsed listening to you. It's like,
for sure.
It's like what next to that bored arse at work when you hear someone. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. But and what about you, Kingy? What's your memories of this one?
Sorry, guys, I've shot better. This
You don't
absolutely bores the pants out of me. One, I have no interest in. I mean, I watched the. I remember seeing the original 80s movie and that was just utter gash. Didn't like it. Absolutely bored me. I reluctantly watched part 1 of the new one. I thought it was reasonably decent,
Yeah.
I thought it was paced really well. And then part 2 came and everybody sang its praises. Watched it the other week there and went, that's one of the worst things I've ever watched. I was bored to tears again. It is a drivel-driven yarn, the whole thing. More factions than Warhammer, right? It's like, no, absolutely no. This should not be in a top 50. This is niche.
Taking a mickey, mate.
Nah, it's not. I've never. I mean, apart from, I'm not always going to refer to what I've written in the dialogue for the book. Let people read the book to enjoy what we say about that. But perhaps Star Wars spoiled it for me in terms of sci-fi. Right? It's quick and it's instant and it's fast. Fast.
No, it was written in the 60s, wasn't it? The book, if I got my dates right.
It was written before Star Wars. In fact, Star Wars.
Oh, absolutely. But this is EastEnders in space. In the same way, I don't like Star Trek. They have to explain to the 9th degree about everything. It's like, I get the point. Shut it, right? It's just
you're more of a fantasy genre, aren't you?
I am more of a fantasy genre. Yeah. If this was Lord of the Rings or
this is essentially Game of Thrones in space. I mean, in fact, he's even I forget who's the writer of Game of Thrones and the actual.
Jimmy Smith.
Right. But he's on interviews saying that basically he took the book Dune but set it in fantasy. It's the same sort of thing. You'll see Leto is like the same as Stark and things like that. Yeah.
I think in general, in terms of what I want to read. I'm not into futuristic things, and when it comes to reading,
that's fine. I mean, we all have different genres. I'm the same way. I struggle a little bit with fantasy. But
that's because your wife's just not exciting, mate.
Sci-fi is really special to me, and Dune in particular is really special because this was the book that got me into science fiction. It was the first book that really made me fall in love, and I mean, going back to it, it is, I sort of get, it's got great visuals, amazing sound and things, and it does turn into sort of a real-time strategy as you sort of progress. I mean, it starts as more of an adventure game and then gets a bit more into resource management and things as you're sort of building up your army. It is a little slow, I grant you, but I mean, it was just so exciting to see a game with this love and attention put on something that I really adored, which is probably why it appeared higher. I think we ought to give a little mention as well, because probably there's a lot of people that prefer the sequel, which was Dune 2, The Battle for Arrakis. That was done by Westwood Studios, and that really was the blueprint for modern real-time strategy games.
Yeah.
Of course, they went on to do Command and Conquer, which was essentially a non-licensed version of this. But that really sort of set the path of them all. The book, don't worry, will mention the sequels as well. But I'm glad that we went for the first one.
I'm not. Absolutely not. I'm sorry, this is the first one I'm going to be vocal about. It is boring. Come on, guys. Come on to something interesting now.
See, this is the beauty of a triumphant. What's it called? The three of us, one's always going to lose out. And Rick you really love this. I think you were the one that sort of voted very highly on this one.
Yeah, this is quite high up in my top 50. This
Yeah,
game,
yeah.
it holds a very good, it's a very special place. It was probably one of the first games of its kind, you know, like point and click that I actually played like for a long time. And I just, you know, I didn't know anything about Dune, and you know, after the fact, I've read the books before the films were coming out, and you know, it is kind of hard to condense the book into digestible media. You know, when you read the book, it really does paint a more vivid picture than you can do in a sort of bit of entertainment media. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
But I've just listened to you guys through this, and you've pronounced it differently twice, right? Once you've pronounced it more this sort of Scottish way of doing it and saying June rather than Dune. So what one would you prefer? Because you've said it differently.
Do you know, I always struggle with how
it's one of these weird,
yeah.
You know, I would never say Dune because it sounds like tones, you know, tones to block your nose. I would always say June, like the month of June.
Yeah, well, that to be honest, that's my default way of saying it. But I've found and experienced people have no idea what I'm talking about. So.
Well, they can go and piss off. I mean, they've got the classic TV show Terry and Dune, right? And then,
but yeah, no, great game. Glad it's on the list, and the sequel is also fantastic as well.
Hurry up, move on. Go on.
Yes, let's move on then. So we're already up to number 45 here. And as you perhaps heard with that little bit of music at the beginning there, this is Switchblade II. This was done by Gremlin in-house and came out in 1991, and of course was the sequel to the first Switchblade, which was done by Simon Phipps, but you know, he'd already sort of left Gremlin going, you know, as part of the core contingent, core design, and so they got new guys in to make this, and it's quite a different game, isn't it? It's essentially with this is you play Hero, and it's very anime inspired, very console inspired actually. You can see they're really trying to sort of to encourage with that, and I guess, I don't know, how would you describe it? It's sort of mixing in elements of Strider and those sort of games, isn't it? Where you're sort of wandering around. It's got a very sprawling opening level where there's this like big sort of, and I love the opening level where there's this big sort of like underground compound, and it's got full of secrets and places to discover, ladders, and you know, you sort of work your way through finding all the goodies. But then bizarrely, as you go into subsequent levels, it opens up to far more sort of Strider-like, and it goes to sort of outdoor levels, and they're, you know, all the sort of hidden areas and things like that just goes by the by. It becomes a very basic sort of Strider clone. I still love it. I was a huge fan of it back in the day, and I love even today going back to it and sort of playing through. I've got so many memories. I'm going to go to you, Rick, first. So what's your memories of this one?
I didn't play this one back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Not a fan. I think the original had a lot more going for it. It had a much more unique concept to it. This, like you say, just feels like a pale sort of Strider clone, sort of really gammy Western interpretation of Japanese art. I think I'm probably a little bit too harsh on it, because I think one of the things that was winding me up about the game is that there's some really annoying jumps where you've got things that hit you in the head when you're trying to jump over obstacles and things like that, kind of cheapy kind of
yeah, you do need to
elements.
learn levels.
Yeah. But you know, it's okay. I think if I was going to play a game like this on the Amiga, I think I'd prefer Assassin from Team 17 or the Special Edition. I'd a lot more fun playing that. But then again, I played that back in the day and not
nostalgia plays a part.
Modernised, you know. So yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I think, you know, a lot of people probably have nostalgia for this one, but it's not one I'd sort of feel the need to go and play extensively. You know, I just didn't really enjoy my time with Switchblade II, to be honest.
Okay, but that's fair enough. What about you, Kingy? What's your thoughts of this one?
Although it's arcade-like, I still think it retains enough of that Amiga essence to be its own thing. And I don't mind that it is trying to simulate the whole Japanese style. I think it's still got its own unique look to it. I mean, I really enjoyed this game, always have done. I love how you don't always see the next screen until you enter it and it opens up and appears on the screen, you know what I mean? So there's a kind of, not a fog of war per se, but, you know, line of sight vision is critical in the game. And so it keeps you boxed in and keeps the map interesting and fuels your wanderlust. And especially finding all the sort of secret exits on the levels as well, isn't it? You know, you've got to try every wall and see if there's a secret exit to find, you know, pick-me-ups and whatnot. So, yeah, I still think it's one of these games that is in this in-between period that there's influences from the 8-bit period mixed in with it. Yeah, it doesn't feel fully fledged 16-bit apart from its visuals. But that's not a bad thing either. That kind of thing appeals to me because I'm wanting that kind of transition, if you see what I mean. So, yeah, I think it's a very memorable game. I think it is in the correct place in our, you know, top 50, and I think it really does need to be mentioned. Yeah,
I'm glad it's mentioned, and of course, you know, the people worked on this, like George Allen, did the coding. And Paul Gregory did the graphics. They also did Venus the Flytrap. That's kind of what they'd done before. So that was a great little sort of shooter, and that sort of gave them a way to work on these. I'm with you. I mean, I fond memories. I do concede going back playing it for the episode, modern times, that you can see they put all their effort on that opening level. It's a big opening level, you know, all the things you mentioned with the hidden secrets, and then it was almost like I guess they thought, oh, perhaps people aren't going to get that far, and then it opens up and becomes a lot more basic, which is a shame. But I love it. I get what you're saying, Rick, about the first Switchblade, and I do like the first Switchblade, but it's that it's that weird sort of like fire button control where you can't just simply press the fire button, isn't it? We had this issue when we played it, didn't we, Kingy? That it eventually you got used to it with the original, but that sort of powering up the fire of the sequel was just a step too far, really. Any more we want to say before we go on to the next game?
No, all good, mate.
We're good.
Okay, So for the next game, we're up to number 44, and as you heard with that fantastic music, it is Wolfchild. This is another Simon Phipps game. He did the original Switchblade that we were just mentioned briefly there, and this is done by Core Design and developed in-house, but it really is a Simon Phipps led game. Of course, he did so many amazing classics like Rick Dangerous and Switchblade we mentioned, and Bubba and Sticks, and a whole host of other great games. I'm going to pass this to you, Kingy, because so it came out in 1992, but I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy, because this is a real favourite of yours, isn't it?
I absolutely do love this game. It's one of my most favourite games. One of the, early period of Amiga games, time I got access to it. I'm playing Amiga sort of 91, 92, so it just really takes me back to that time. And yeah, so you play a main character called Saul, who, basically can power up and morph into a werewolf in the game. So there's an altered beast kind of vibe to the game. So I always think this kind of altered Alta Vista, remember that search engine? Altered Beast meets Strider kind of game. So we're back to a kind of Strider vibe, and again simulates, I suppose, the consoles, but I just think it looks absolutely gorgeous visually, and in the ears, the music and everything, and the wolf cry and everything else is exceptional. I love it. So you start off in the game, you land in your paraglider onto a high flying altitude spaceship type thing.
Yeah, airship.
Airship, and you've got the clouds moving in parallax scrolling, you've got flames bursting out the exhaust, and all the enemies to fight. The visuals on this first level, how to get a first level done right, to, it's like the opening sequence of Raiders of the Lost Ark, how to bring the audience into the game and go, right, you've got my attention now, this looks bloody brilliant, and it just flings everything at you. And honestly, I can just go back and play this time and time again. I think it's still, to me, one of the best looking Amiga games, personally.
It's a real technical powerhouse, and nice variety to the levels. Each level brings something new. What about you, Rick? Is this one that you played back in the day, or?
No, I don't think so. But like you say, it's got that Strider Altered Beast vibe, which I picked up on straight away. I got a little bit of a sort of love-hate relationship with this one. It's got, like you say, gorgeous visuals. It's a really nice looking game, nice concept. I just find the control scheme a little bit annoying, because when you've got the human form, all you've got is your fists, and he only attacks on the release of the fire button. I don't know if that's the way it goes, or whether that's something that's I've accidentally done. But from what I could tell from when I was playing on emulation, when you only punch when you release the fire button, I was getting a bit frustrated with that. I kind of wish that they'd gone for a bit more over the topness with the gameplay, and sort of maybe gave the human form like a gun. I sort of touched on this in the book, but should have given the human form maybe a gun to shoot with, which sort of set you in place where you could only shoot horizontally, say, or something like that. And then when you got the beast, you were hyper powered, but as you were the beast, you needed to pick up icons or something to keep the beast form, sort of almost like a chaining thing. But this is just me in Wonderland, sort of wishing what the game could have been. But all that aside, everything else, the visuals are amazing, the level design's great, all the different locations are really nicely done. It's just that little nuance in the gameplay which just kind of ruins it a little bit for me. But it's definitely a game I would bung on from time to time and give it a longer go. It's a really nice looking game and great music, and it's typical Core Design. They always do a good job, don't they, Core? Really, one of my favourite developers, yeah, for sure.
I mean, one tip to our listeners and to you, Rick, as well, is the Mega CD version, because one of the things Core Design did is they brought across a lot of their Amiga games onto the Mega CD, or often it was primarily on the Mega CD, and in this case it was on the Amiga, and they brought it across. The controls is probably, because obviously it's designed with, you've got multiple buttons, but it's got far more levels as well, and CD soundtrack. I mean, they really put the effort in. But
we covered that in our CD32 episode, didn't we, Paul?
Well, usually whenever we mention Wolfchild, I always try to mention the Mega CD one, because it works brilliant. The music is fantastic. It's done by Martin Iveson, who of course did games like most of like Core games like Jaguar XJ220, Wonder Dog, Chuck Rock 2, Banshee. And then, of course, Tomb Raider, he worked on some of the music on that as well. So, really good. But, of course, Simon Phipps, who we mentioned, he's long running in the industry. He did the games I mentioned, like Rick Dangerous and Bubba and Sticks and Thunderhawk and all those great games. But, he went on to Climax and did, the Need for Speed Most Wanted and things like that. And, really talented individual. Really, I'm glad that it's made the list, because as I say, it's probably the best console style game on the Amiga. Agreed. I would say, really, really good. Awesome. So shall we go on to the next game?
I was just going to say, sorry, I meant to mention this, but like when you boot the game up for the first time. We didn't sort of mention the intro animation.
Very good.
That's the type of animation sequence that you drawled for, wasn't it, on the Amiga? Anytime you booted a game up and you was sort of greeted with this amazing intro. It's a work of art, the intro on this game as well. It's brilliant, really good.
It is. It's very good, and sort of sets the scene nice, and it really is as Kingy had alluded to. It's a real technical powerhouse of lots of amazing tricks, like graphical tricks going on in this game. But it's got the solid gameplay to back it up as well. So I adore this game. Really, really good, and glad it made our list.
Yeah, cool.
Awesome.
Right, let's go on to number 43 then, as you heard with that creepy music. It is Space Hulk. This was published by Electronic Arts and developed in-house and came out in 1993, and of course is based on the Warhammer 40k board game of the same name. So I'm going to pass it to you, Rick, because this was one that I think you perhaps did tactical voting to make it make the list, but I'm glad again it made the list. But do you want to just describe it to our listeners?
Sure thing, and no tactical voting on this. This is high on my list of Amiga games because it's to begin with, it scratches my aliens. It scratches that itch so bad. It's so what have you got here? So you've got, instead of the other games like HeroQuest and Space Crusade, which Gremlin did, didn't they? Which is basically a representation of the board game, you know, on the computer, which is all well and good. You know, if you want to play the board game, it's a great way to do it. But with Space Hulk, I felt like they took a different. Well, obviously, I took a different approach, but I really liked the approach they took because it really puts you in the action. It's not a turn-based game. You know, you sit in the command seat of a squad of Terminators, or sometimes of 2 squads of Terminators. And you basically are briefed on your mission before the mission begins. You get a lot of information about the map and what you need to do, and where the enemies are and what's going on in the storyline. If you're playing the Deathwing set of missions, which is sort of like the story mode, you've also got Space Hulk, which is like scenarios that are just got no story attached. You know, they're different maps that you can play on, etc., and you've got the training missions and that. But essentially you've got 2 screens in this game. You've got the sort of overview, which kind of is like the what would you call it, like the Gorman's APC monitor layout of all the Marines and their point of view and what's going on during the action. And then you've got a map screen where you can plot the moves for all your Terminators, so you can automate a plan of attack. And although it's a real-time strategy game, you've got the freeze button, which gives you that time to just sort of say, right, okay, this is where I need to go. This is what I've got to do. I'm going to drag these Terminators to this point, and sort of come up with a strategy to attack the map. And then when you unclick the freeze, the Terminators begin their slow, arduous walk to wherever they're going, and then you can observe their point of view from the 5 different computer sort of, television screens or whatever, like CCTV type affair. And then whilst the action's going on, you can switch which Terminator's in the main view, and you can take over them physically like you were playing an FPS, a proto FPS, so to speak. It's kind of weird in the way it presents the map. It's kind of like how would you describe it? Like, instead of it being fluid 3D, it's like a representation of 3D done with a few animation frames going down a corridor. So it's not fluid.
It's like your Dungeon Master style.
It's got that done. This is why I knew Kingy wouldn't like this game, because he's got no imagination. But so basically, you take your group of Terminators and you follow the story. It's just epic. The music is so cool in this. It's eerie, it's triumphant, it's brilliant. There's some great music in this game. There's some really nice graphics, lovely little cutscenes and everything else. It really it's almost like it's almost cinematic in a way, with the cutscenes, and it just gives you a great sense of progression. I can't sing the praises of this game enough. The only downside to this game is that unfortunately the PC version is better, but it is 93. We're getting into the realms where the Amiga's hardware is aging, and but I don't know, I can't sing the praises of this game enough. I just love it to death. I still play it to this day. I just get a lot out of the whole strategizing and the kind of constantly being under threat and constantly feeling ominous, like something going to come out the wall. Are they coming around the corner? Are they coming behind me and I've missed a spot? It's just so intense and so claustrophobic. I just love this game to death. It's so good. It's brilliant.
Cool. So Rick hates the game. So what about you? What about you, Kingy? What's your views on this?
I enjoyed all these board games back in the day, but the video game adaptations can vary. And I was kind about it. You probably noticed on my mini review of it in the book, I didn't really speak about the game. I tiptoed around it in a very polite fashion.
It's not like you, Kingy. Normally you go for the jugular.
But No, I mean, I get why people liked it, and this is the type of game I wanted to like and tried to like.
Yeah.
But it just doesn't. It's just freaking Dungeon Master with guns, so it's just not going to work for me. It's just a boring maze with. I mean, the visuals are clever on the reduced screen because
do look good,
it doesn't jerk forward. It works in a true kind of 3D fashion, doesn't it? There's no taking away the whole visual aesthetics. And I think the GUI, the GUI, is actually really good in the game. It just, all I can say is I can't insult this one. All I can say is it's not for me. I'll never play a game like this.
It's not Dungeon Master though, is it?
It's better than Dungeon Master, I will say that.
Yeah.
I will give that. But I just wonder about these mazes aimlessly. I mean, fine, you've got the top-down topographic view on the left-hand side, so you do have a better sense of the layout. You know what's ahead of you, know what's left and right, and such like, but it's not what I wanted to play in the 90s on a home computer. That's really what it comes down to. So therefore, I have no nostalgia for it.
Just not for you. I mean, I share some views with you on this. Is for me, it's so brutally hard. Which, to be fair, actually, the ball game was brutally hard as well. The equivalent of the xenomorphs called Gene Stealers. Are vicious.
From the washing line or your tumble dryer did they steal your jeans? It's just asking.
I think it's your clothing. Yeah, stealing your clothing. All the Space Marines in their underpants.
There's an image.
Yeah, and it depicts it brilliantly. But I mean, whenever I go back to try and play this, it's one you've got to give a lot of time to it because it's got a lot of like slow initial levels, isn't it, Rick, where it sort of builds up your skills, and it's important, but it takes a while. But then it has this amazing like stiff like cliff edge difficulty spikes where suddenly your whole team is completely decimated. And it just stresses me out. But I'm with you, Kingy, in that it is a brilliant game. I absolutely. I mean, it is really well designed. And if you like that sort of like real time strategy where you're sort of like, I know you can pause it, but you've only got limited amount of pausing. If you like that sort of feeling of stress and things, this is a great encapsulation, and it is a great, as you say, very close to what you can imagine with like an Aliens game. I'd love to have seen like an Alien variant of this with the Alien license as well. But I can't fault it. But yeah, whenever when I was playing it for the book and whatnot, it stressed me out. I found it still stresses me out.
That's the idea behind it, though.
Oh, it is the idea behind it. It's just I'm like you. I have enough stress in real life, let alone getting stressed out playing video games.
It's not escapism for me. That's probably the point. It's like work simulator.
No, awesome. Sure. Right, any more you want to say about that before we go on to the next game?
Good, mate.
on to number 42, and as you probably heard with that amazing music, I really love this game personally. It is Agony by Psygnosis and developed by Art and Magic, and it came out in 1992, and it's a horizontal shooter where you play an owl. So you've been turned in. You're Alestes, who's been sort of turned into an owl, and like all these like evil wizards, they always give you a fighting chance, isn't it? They don't just turn you into an ordinary owl. You can shoot.
Yeah. They'll turn you into an owl with one wing and one eye or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I've always loved this in terms of it just has such amazing different levels of parallax, so much cleverness going on. It's got this wonderful sort of like hand-drawn art style to everything, and combined with fantastic music as well. It really is quite an experience to play it, and you know, whilst I'll be the first to say it's probably not the mechanically it's not the best shooter out there. It holds a really special place in my heart, and one I really enjoy sort of like going back to. So I'm going to go to you, Kingy, first of all. Do you want to give your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, like I said in my review, I just think it's typical Psygnosis, isn't it? The whole Shadow of the Beast yes album cover type shoot 'em up in here, and I think the visuals hold up today that an indie developer creating a retrospective nostalgia aesthetic would aspire to create in a game today. Personally, I really think it is stunning. Everything that's going on in the background. I mean, look at level 1 with the way the waves are just crashing against the shore, and it's in parallax scrolling as well. There's backgrounds beyond that, foreground items. Just everything is going on. Yeah, perhaps a lot of the creatures that you're fighting are a little less animated, but that's fine. It's still really good. But I think you're right. The failing in the game is, and the problem in the real estate, that in the 4:3 ratio screen, the owl's wingspan, right, takes up a lot of the real estate on the screen, doesn't it?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So therefore, it's harder to avoid collisions with the creatures. You better have been a sparrow or a robin or something. You probably would have done better. Exactly. But it does not take away the attention to detail in the graphics. And maybe we do play it simply to get just a feel the game gives you, the looks with the music as well. That just is a beautifully designed game that takes you to an otherworldly experience. Yeah, it's complete escapism playing this, and I think that's why we go to it more than anything else.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, as I say, it's just stunning with the visuals, and in the book I go quite in depth because Frank Sauer, who did the graphics, he's got a wonderful website where he goes into a lot of detail with it all, including actually how he made up the art, and you really understand the limitations, why to give that many layers of parallax and things. That's why they were so limited in colours on the actual the enemies themselves. But because they really were sort of fighting against the limitations of machines of that era. What about you, Rick? Was this one that you played back in the day?
No, mate. Strangely, this one. I mean, it's an audio visual treat. It's like you say, it's got that Shadow of the Beast quality about it. Great animations. The Psygnosis owl, so to speak. It's nice copper in the background to give it that extra lift of color as well. It really works well, that copper gradient in these types of games. But for me, it suffers that that Amiga arcade shooter problem of a lot of bullet spongy enemies, which make the game quite difficult and a bit frustrating. But I think just the parent putting this one on and giving it a go, it has got a certain quality about it which does draw you back. Strangely enough, actually, I did mention it in the books there that we wrote. I came to this game for a really weird way. I was into sort of heavy sort of black metal and stuff back in the early 2000s. And there was a Norwegian band called Dimmu Borgir who had this, their second album was called Stormblast, and I think it's track 4, Sorgen's Kramer, is a rip-off of the title track to this game. Cool. The keyboardist must have been a real fan of the Amiga because it's not a direct rip-off, but it's riffing very heavily
inspired.
And it's and if you like the music to this game, even if you don't like metal or black metal or anything, I'd just go and hunt it down if you've never heard it, because it's such a beautiful version of the track, in its own way. And that's how I came to the game, actually. I just, looking at YouTube comments one day, someone mentioned Agony on the Amiga. I'm like, oh, okay. I looked it up and played the game and heard the music and thought, bloody hell, yeah, it's a real close approximation of the Agony track there. And if you've not heard that version, definitely give it a go, because it's a beautiful composition. I'm pretty sure the guy who wrote the music would have. I can't remember if he was after royalties. I think he might have been, actually, because Dimmu Borgir re-released their album without that track on.
I'm sorry. Yeah, because I think he was a musician in his own right as well. Jerome Tell. I think he did the music. Obviously, Tim Wright did the intro music. But
obviously, we can't not mention the repurposed artwork that existed in the ZX81 and the ZX Spectrum from the text adventure Planet of Death, with that sort of skull-like stone castle repurposed in the artwork of this.
Well, whether it's artwork that good, you can see it's been used a number of times, isn't it? That art.
It has. Oh, there's a whole history of it being reused. It's so bloody good.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing I would mention with it as well is the artwork in the game of in between each level. There's Frank Sal's just drawn some of the best pixel art you'll ever see on the Amiga. It's absolutely stunning. Just a sort of picture depicting the level you're about to enter. It still looks stunning. I mean, I made a point in the book of putting each one of them in. Because it's just so special. And likewise, I'm not going to go into it here for the audio podcast, but well worth a read in the book of the making of Agony, because, as I say, it's a fascinating story, and it's a real heartfelt story of how these, these guys just made it. They had sort of brought themselves across and tried to sell the game that they made at home. It really is the bedroom coders come good. So I do love it. Yeah, it's very good.
Here's a special news bulletin.
Okay, let's go on to the next game then, and this is an interesting one. At number 41, it is Walker.
Texas Ranger.
Wow.
And it's done by Psygnosis and developed by DMA Design, those of Lemmings fame, etc. And came out in 1993 and is a sort of, you play a sort of Ed 209 / Robot Chicken Walker and you kill all these little tiny characters walking sort of like right to left, being rather unique in that way, isn't it, for a large chunk of the game. So I'm going to pass it to you, Rick, because this was one that's very high on your list, isn't it?
Warning, another crap game alert. Rick's about to praise a game.
Oh, here we go.
Rick has unique taste, but no,
Yes,
I
he
do love this one. I do love this one.
Bloody Warden all over again. I'm never going to live Warden down, am I, for some reason?
Nope.
It's a great game, but there we go. Anyway, all right. So so Walker. I mean, this was I guess kind of late in the day, so to speak. It's a game that holds quite a special place because it was probably, from memory, the first instance I remember using the mouse and keyboard to control a game so dynamically. You obviously had Lemmings where sometimes you might have pressed the bleeding pause button or say on a space bar or whatnot and things like that, but this is where you actually controlled the walking of the chicken or a 209 or whatever you want to call it, with the arrow keys, and you aim the crosshair with the mouse, and it's sort of like a futuristic thing where you sort of time travel in it. You go to Berlin in World War II, and in at the time future Los Angeles in 2019. Then sort of contemporary Middle East sort of Gulf War type stuff, and then way off into the future for the last level in 2420. It starts off with such a great sort of moody intro where some geezer comes steaming out the pub unaware that there's a robot chicken there, and he gets gunned down by it, and sort of really sets the mood for how devastating this sort of mech is. And then off you go. It's pretty difficult. Usually I don't like bullet spongy games, but because this one's got a bit of what would you say? There's a bit more real estate to play with, because you can walk backwards and forwards across the whole level, and the scrolling stops. Yeah. And sometimes you push it on. It's a bit dynamic in that way. Lots of huge sort of tanks and large things like airships and aeroplanes and trucks and all sorts to shoot, but the real buggers that are most difficult and probably do cause the most damage are the little geezers who appear Lemmings style in the DMA design sort of tradition, in the background or running along the floor on bleeding horse and cart or whatever else, and they can latch onto you and cause you some real damage. But I think the reason why this game holds such a strong place for me is because of that mouse and keyboard control. It must have had an impact, because even to this day I still use the arrow keys in first-person shooters, like on the PC. I don't use WASD, like most people do. I use the arrow key, so I need a really wide desk when I'm playing first-person shooters. But looking at it today, I do feel that the game feels like an unfinished game, because I know it did go through some development hell and was sort of shelved for a while, and then it came back, and they carried on and with a new iteration of it. And that I feel like it's probably missing a bit more nuanced gameplay, because all you really do have in the game is the turrets and a sort of temperature gauge which you have to manage. You know, if you bring the temperature up to full,
you just
on the
can't
guns,
shoot non-stop.
You can't shoot anymore, so
Yeah.
you're in trouble. So it is a sort of temperature management on the guns and that. But apart from that, I think it's a great game. You've got to lock on with the right mouse button, so it helps you get those smaller enemies. And it's still one game I do go back to quite often when I boot up the Amiga emulator or whatnot. I really enjoy this one. So I know Kingy's probably going to slate it from what he's saying. So off you go, mate.
Yeah, let's see what you say then, Kingy.
I've just got one word for the game. Nah, not for me. I just found it ultimately boring, to be honest. From level to level, it didn't really change all that much, if truth be told. And the very thing Rick liked was moving the target icon, the cursor, over the enemies you want to shoot, whilst moving the WASD keys. It just wasn't for me. It's like rubbing your head and patting your tummy in that way. So you kind of got Operation Wolf elements versus Rampage.
For me with Walker, this is like, whereas we mentioned when we talked about Space Hulk that it stresses me out as a game. This is a guilty pleasure for me because it is so just. There's something incredibly relaxing and satisfying about shooting everything on the screen. And, particularly like when you get like them coming in on like parachutes and you're just like, they're so easy to take out and things. Okay. It's just a bit of fun, but it's a bit of fun, but I'm sort of with you, Rick, that you mentioned that, and Kingy, that there's not a lot to it. It's definitely... It is almost like it's not a full game, although it's
underdeveloped, isn't it?
Yeah. You do sort of hanker for, well, if only it had just a couple of things that mixed it up a little bit, because it's essentially the same thing. You're just walking right to left and you shoot everything on the screen, and I think having
up and down would have helped as well to sort of sidestep things. That would have added another layer to the gameplay, I think. Yeah,
but I mean, I do have fond memories of it. I mean, I love, it was a cool concept, isn't it? Like, destroy everything.
The audio is great in the game as well, isn't it? With all the voice samples and
the gunfire and everything. And
got a good atmosphere.
Yeah, I had sort of like fond memories as well. And this was one that, if a mate came round, you would do it where
take turns.
So one person would be on the gunner, and then the other person would be the pilot, which meant you were bored out your brains just walking left and right. But you knew you would swap sort of like turns. But it's a fun game. It is quite fondly loved by a lot of people, and I'm surprised there hasn't been like an indie game that I'm aware of that's tried to ape it, really.
I believe I'd never played it, but there's a game on Steam called I Am a Walker. I believe it's like a remake in a sense, loosely termed. I haven't actually played it, but I remember seeing it come up on my list a while back now, probably 5 years ago, I think. But maybe one we could have a look at and put in a show.
Be a Walker.
Be a Walker, sorry.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that one. So that's...
maybe check that out. I don't know what it's like, but just something I remember off the cuff there, sort of thing.
Oh, awesome. Right, shall we go on to the next game then?
Mm-hmm.
already at number 40. And as you heard with that lovely music, it is The First Samurai. This was developed by Vivid Image and was released by Imageworks. And it is a Raphael Checo game, he of Exelon and Cybernoid fame. And I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy, actually, because I think this is another one that you have a lot of time for.
Absolutely. And I'll admit, nostalgia has absolutely, clouded my judgment in terms of this game. But the reason being, it probably was the first game I played on the Amiga. So my brother traded in his ST, played lots of good games on that, and came home with this, and this was the first time I fired up. Heard that fantastic music on the title screen, the whole sort of, how the Amiga can do that pan-pipey, moody thing that does so well that it just takes you to another world. And I was blown away. So yeah, you play the part of a young warrior who is master, and the village have all destroyed, killed by the Demon King, and he hides himself away in the future. So you, as a warrior, vow revenge and go into future feudal Japan, if you want, to seek your revenge. And it's another visually stunning, action platformer game. It just really does look the part. The locations just, it just takes you to a dreamy place, dual moons. Like going to the future, you have a second moon. I'd really like that explained to me. If you're still on Earth, how that's actually happening. Anything can happen, we don't know, but you know what I mean? There's like, we have two moons now.
Infinite Earth.
yeah. But
multiverse.
I just love the whole vibe of the game and the exploratory nature of it, and the amount of moves that you can do with the sword just by keeping your finger on the fire button and, diagonal rapidly or up diagonal. You can fight in different ways, and it's just really good. But it is a platformer at heart more than an action game. That's not a side effect, but it's not as an important part of the game. You can see where Raphael Checo's evolution of game making takes a step. I mean, I didn't know it was his game when I first played it, but when you compare it to his earlier games like, say, Stormlord or Exelon, you can see that kind of evolution of his skill, and there are elements that remind you of it to a certain degree. But I just absolutely loved this. I didn't notice at the time that the wonderful music was continually interrupted by the sound effects in the game if you were doing your sword fighting or whatever, and that jarred it and broke up the music. I genuinely didn't recall that until I started going, back and reconnecting with the game, because I hadn't played it with the game for years. I was like, wow, how did I not notice this? But it was probably because I was so in awe and just mesmerised by the visual splendour in the game that I didn't care enough, if you know what I mean. It's a bit like what I was saying on the previous episode about slowdown in games. When you were young, you didn't really notice them because you were just addicted to the game. So
it's because you didn't know of the technicalities, did you? It's like with music, it doesn't hit your brain because you're not that technically minded back then, And that's what it is, I think. Yeah, absolutely.
No, totally get you. I mean, when I sort of reconnected with it, I was thinking this is got Kingy written all over it in terms of because it's sort of got a lot of 8-bit ideals put into a sort of 16-bit. And it really is a sort of, again, a beautiful looking game, and I find these sound effects are overused. It annoys me personally.
It's oversampled, isn't it?
Yeah, it's oversampled. I mean, but then you read the reviews back in the day, which were collated up for the book, and it was fondly loved, the samples. That was one of the highlights. So. But yeah, even back in the day, I distinctly remember it annoying me. That was it was just overuse of samples.
Yeah.
What about you, Rick? Was this one that was you played back in the day?
Yes, it was actually. I saw it on Games Master in a review, and I thought that looks really good. I fancy playing that, and picked it up on the Amiga there. And I just didn't gel with it, unfortunately. It's quite exploratory, isn't it? It's got, there's a lot of secrets, a lot of power-ups to collect. To be honest, I didn't really know what the hell was going on. I think I got stuck very early on when I was playing it back in the day, and I sort of got a bit frustrated. I think I never went back to it, but I tried it again recently for the book and everything, and still the same. I really, really want to like this game because I do like the aesthetic. I like the music and the sort of style of the game. But for some reason, I just can't seem to crack the mechanics and what I'm supposed to be doing. I think probably need to watch a Let's Play or something and get a bit more of a better grasp on it. But I really did like the look of it back in the day and really enjoyed the sort of atmosphere of it and everything. But I just couldn't really it just didn't click the gameplay for me for some reason. But I can definitely see why people raved about it, because I was hyped for it when it came out, back in the day. And just one of those games that you just don't sort of get hold of and go through with, I suppose. Yeah,
it's not. I mean, because it did come out on the SNES and things like that, but it's the Amiga is the real home of it, and it is. It's doing a lot of, like with all the Checo games. There's a lot of whizzy tricks and programming tricks that really make it stand out. But yeah, I did struggle with it back in the day, and it's whilst I with older eyes I appreciate it and I did have fun with it when I played it again.
Yeah.
It's those darn sound effects. It's just it's like it's constantly orally vomiting all over with all these sound effects every 5 seconds. It just the same with silly putty. That annoys me as well. Putty squad.
Well, that always annoys me, that game.
Yeah. It's just overuse. One thing I would say is both this and, if you're looking at an easier way to sort of play it, if you're not going to do emulation or what have you, Antstream does have the Amiga version of this and the sequel as well. So that's one way of sort of legally playing it if you so desired. Right. Any more you want to say about this one, or should we move on?
Let's move on.
So, as you probably heard with that lovely music, we're up to number 39, and it is Saint Dragon. This is based on another Jaleco, I think it's Jaleco, isn't it? Arcade game, and it was published by Sales Curve and Random Access again. They really did fantastic arcade ports, and it came out in 1990, which is a lot earlier than I realised. Actually, I was quite surprised. And what this is it's an NMK developed shooter in the arcade, and essentially you play a metallic dragon, and the idea is that you shoot all the enemies, usual sort of like horizontal shooting standard, but it's got fantastic sort of visual design with a lot of the monsters. And one of the things you can learn to do, only your head is vulnerable your body is indestructible. So you can, if you by doing sort of rotation movements, you can sort of get the tail to sort of protect the head a bit on the more difficult parts. I mean, it's quite a skill to do, but that's one thing
You'll reach around
that it does. Yeah. I loved this back in the day. It was, again, I've never ever played the arcade game until much later. Never saw it out in the wild. It was quite an obscure shooter. But I had a lot of time with it. I am surprised. I'm not entirely sure how it arrived in our top 50, because there are other shooters I would put above it. But I'm still glad that it did, because it's a shooter that very seldom gets talked about, and it's a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I'm going to pass it to you, Rick, because you're our shooter aficionado of the three of us. I mean, what's your thoughts on this game?
Yeah, so this is, in a way, I think when we first compiled the list, I was disappointed this came on. And to be honest, so high up, I wouldn't have minded if it was a bit lower down.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a great alternative to R-Type. It's got the R-Type sort of quality about it. It's a fairly decent conversion of the arcade, just like R-Type was, I suppose. But like you say, it's a game that not a lot of people know about it. It's a very sort of under the radar arcade game, and I think if we're going to cover sort of more quirkier games in some respects, this is a good one, because everyone knows R-Type, and it is a good conversion on the Amiga, but this is every bit as good as the R-Type conversion in terms of what the arcade version of St. Dragon is like. So the sprites are a little bit smaller, but obviously less colours as well, but apart from that, it pretty much captures the essence and the quality of the arcade original, and it's kind of made me want to go and actually play the arcade version now, because I've played R-Type to death, and something a little bit different to play is welcoming. I think this is who did the development for this? Was it Random Access?
Yeah, yes, the same people who did Silkworm and Rodland.
Right, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense then. Yeah, so
and
great,
Swiv as well.
Swiv, yeah. To be honest, the sales curve, the publisher do usually get decent software houses for their conversions. I remember the Ninja Warriors being pretty impressive in terms of whether you like that game or not is another question, but it was a good conversion as well. So. I'm actually I've softened on this one now, because in the book I went a bit large, because I thought you'd put this one really high up, Drisky, for some reason. Like, what the hell is St. Dragon so high?
I'll be honest. I do. I think when you nobbled the next game, you managed. you managed to get this accidentally swapping around, but I don't know why. Because to be honest, if I'm being honest, I rate games like Silkworm above this on the Amiga, and also Swiv. I love Swiv. I know a lot of people don't, but there's a lot of games. But the beauty is with the book, at the end of book 2, we've got like a best of the genre. So all of these shooters at least get a mention. That's one of the things I wanted to make sure that there's
everything's covered.
Everything's covered. I mean, there will always be, well, why didn't you include this one? Well, there's like thousands of games on the Amiga. We can't include every single one.
Everyone's got their own personal favourites.
Exactly. But all the big hitters, for the most part, are all covered. What about you, Kingy? Any more you want to say about that? Sorry, Rick, before I pass it over to Kingy.
No, all good, mate. Kingy, off you go, mate.
Yeah, what's your thoughts?
I think it's been one of these confusing titles because, well, for us to vote on it, it must have been added to the list in the first place. Now, the only person that compiled the list before voting commenced, apart from adding a few other games on, was Drisky himself, right? So...
Yeah. It did make my list. I mean, but I think when I looked at my original list, it was in like the 70s or something like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's fine. Yeah. It's good to see you. There's nothing wrong with the game whatsoever. I mean, if you do like your R-Types or your Forgotten Worlds and games like that, then it's a very faithful conversion and really enjoyable to play. So I can't take anything away from it. It's pretty accurate. So it is always going to be in the shadow of R-Type. So, yeah, I mean, people go, well, where's R-Type? Where is Swiv? Where is all Silkworm? These are all excellent games. I'm with everyone here, but I'm all for the underdog to a certain degree. And
it's nice to talk about the games that no one ever talks about, isn't it?
So if this encourages some people to play this or watch the video of this on the YouTube version of the podcast, then well, we've succeeded in some way. Maybe perhaps debatable where this one lies in the charts, but I think it's a little bit of a hidden gem. It's still a really fun shooter to play.
It's a very good arcade port, really, of as you say, of a obscure one. I always have a soft spot for the NMK shooters on the arcades because they produce some fantastic shooters, but they're one of the shooting development houses that never ever, they're never on the forefront of people's lips. Everyone always talks about Toplin and all, for very good reason, and all of those great ones. But NMK were doing some fantastic titles, really, and this is a good example of it. And that's one of the things that was great about the Amiga with the arcade ports is that you did have like Sales Curve as a classic example where they were really looking for obscure arcade ports, and that's where you got your Rodlands and your Toki and all of that. And it was great. And yeah, I had a lot of fond memories with it. I did find it, because I've got over the years so used to the arcade version, it was difficult going back to the Amiga version. Okay. Because it is the enemies placements are a lot more sparse. It's a lot tougher though in the arcade version, so there's something to be said about the Amiga version giving you a little bit of a fighting chance. But yeah, no, I'm glad, and I'm sort of with you guys. I'm sort of glad it made the list, even though I'll be the first to say this clearly something went awry, didn't it, on our list production.
Yeah, we had a bug somewhere in the system for sure.
which I'm convinced is when Rick nobbled it for the next game. So shall we go on to the next game? Right, okay, so number 38, we have a real favourite of Rick, so I will pass it across to him. Panza Kickboxing. This came out, it was published by US Gold and Futura, developed by Futura, another French development house. And it was 1990, and it's kickboxing, and it's got quite a different fighting style from your norm, isn't it? So I'm going to pass it to you, Rick. Do you want to describe it to our listeners, what this is all about?
Yeah, sure. So just for the record, this is in my top 10 Amiga games of all time. Okay, so there's no nobbling going on here at all. And listen, I know you guys hate fighting games, generally speaking. You're not like fans. You dabble and whatnot. But for me, this is a game that came out in 1990. So this is pre-Street Fighter 2. This is around the same time you would have been getting Pit Fighter in the arcade and stuff like that. And essentially,
you pronounced Shit Fighter wrong.
Pit Fight. I'm Pit Fighter on Amiga. Okay, a bit dodgy, but I still the Mega Drive version is a great fighting game. It's a good laugh, but that's for another time. this is a really, really good simulation version of IK Plus. So it's the Karate Champ formula, but it's taking it away from the arcade element of, you know, just press the start button and off you go, to sort of more of a career mode game where you start with a bog standard boxer. You can name him, you can change his head to, you know, get a bit of personality for your own character, so to speak. But where this game stands out and why I rate it so highly is because, one, it's got that IK Plus quality. Yes, it's slower. Yes, it's more methodical. But one of the great aspects of the game is that you've got a menu system where you can actually go in and basically map any move that's in the game onto any combination on the joypad or joystick, whatever you're using, and button combinations. So down is always block, but any other direction, apart from obviously left or right, is walk forward and walk back. But any other direction and the button is a move, and you can assign. I think there's like
impressive for the single keyboard,
single like 60
button,
odd animation. Yeah, single button fighter. You know, there's a good 60 or 70 animations of different moves in the game, and you can ergonomically assign these moves to your button and, you know, your button press combination or just your normal joystick movements, etc. And the idea of the game is literally you take your bog standard boxer. There's a training session that you can do where you can either lift weights, skip rope and punch the pads to bring your stats up a little bit, but you can also bring your stats up by winning fights. And the idea is literally just to go through all the opponents until you reach the boss, so to speak, which is Andre Panza, who was what the game's named after, who was the French kickboxing world champion. So essentially, you know, it's like, I suppose it's more in pace with Barbarian, but more technical than Barbarian. And there's a lot of game there. You know, you really got to get your stats up, and learning how to block and then counter the opponent with a string of combinations where you've strategically put your different hits on certain combinations, and you know the ranges of the attacks, so you can string them together really fast, and you know you're going to hit and stuff. It's just a really great game, and it's got one of the best UI instances I've ever seen in a video game, where instead of life bars like you'd have in your traditional fighters, you've got like stage lights across the top of the ring, which get knocked out as you losing your energy, and obviously it's lights out, isn't it, when you get KO'd? So like, it's a cool little play on words, so to speak, if you know what I'm saying. But I don't know, it just, for me, even in like 93, 94, when you had like SNK and Capcom running riot in the arcades and bringing the arcades back to life in the West, I would have this on my rotation of games. I had Street Fighter 2 on the Mega Drive, I had Body Blows, I had everything else that was worth playing in this arena of fighting games. And for me, it's just one of the best fighting games ever made.
I like the little ref that's bald and fat. He's brilliant. No, I mean, right. I mean, I did play it. The thing is, you're absolutely right. I'm never really been into the fighting games, but the sort of games, you know, if I do play a fighting game, I like the frantic hit all the buttons and watch cool shit happen, which as you've fought me on Street Fighter 2 before Arcade Club, you can attest. I have no sort of real plan or know what I'm really doing, but I'm just like bashing all the buttons, and it seems to work. And you can't do this with Panzer Kickboxing. It's a very you know, because it is one hit, like you mentioned, like with Barbarian, like you know, one wrong move and it's like instant knockout. So it's very stop and start. There isn't like there's no combos or sort of like frequent punches particularly. It's pretty much lights out. And as it is, I guess, with kickboxing, to be fair, not that I've particularly ever watched kickboxing in reality. It's well put together. It's just not my sort of game in truth. But that's really on me. I know plenty of others that really rate this as highly as you. So I'm not taking anything away from the game. Yeah. I mean, what about you, Kingy? What's your thoughts on this one?
Fair dues.
Well, when Rick first mentioned it, I thought I was getting into this game that wasn't very masculine, because I thought he had said bloody pansy kickboxing. But you know what? No, it's kind of got that. It appeals to the, because for me, fighting games ended at IK plus, right? So I like Way the Exploding Fist and Year Kung Fu and that kind of thing. So that element is still there. It's not got the whole Street Fighter thing that just does my nut in and bores me. I think this is quite a decent game and absolutely new to me. I never heard of it before, never came across it, never even seen it being mentioned anywhere. But when I fired it up, I was impressed with how excellent the fighting animations are of the characters, the way even the bodies twist, even though it's not in 3D, the feeling of depth in a 2D environment is absolutely fantastic. Just love it. And the impact of the kicks and punches feel like they make impact. And that's always the bit. It's a bit like like you kneel down and punch him in the ghoulies. You go, ooh, when you feel it. And that game kind of does that to you. So it's brilliant. And visually, it goes from, not a lot of audience or in the training battles, up to the big international, the whole transition of your success of fights. So I thought that was absolutely brilliant, and the training sessions with the skipping rope and that in between. And like you said, how attentive the little bald referee is. He slouches down and keeping an eye that you're fighting within the rules and regulations of the match. It's absolutely brilliant. I'm impressed. So, Rick, in this instance, I think it's a very good suggestion.
Yeah, no, I'm glad it made the list, and the graphics are awesome. I mean, Mark de Flores, he went on to do the 2008 version of Prince of Persia, and also that lovely, beautiful indie game From Dust. That won all those awards and things. So, I should note as well that if you come from a console background, on the SNES, it's technically a sequel, but it's really that they didn't change much.
It's like Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition. They sort of added combos. They sort of added a button where you get sort of 3 combos per round, and there's like a succession of quick attacks which you can knock someone out with. And they also sort of harked back to, because obviously, Van Damme's Kickboxer and Bloodsport were quite big at the late 80s, and they do a kumite where it's no holds bars, so there's no ref, and it's sort of bare fist, bare knuckle boxing in that sort of blood sport type arena. So it does add a bit to the game. It's worth checking out as a slight difference in the game.
Yeah. I mean, it's called Best of the Best is Championship Karate on
That's
the
right.
SNES.
Panzer's removed from the license.
Yeah.
But just as a side note, Panza was rotoscoped for the entire game, so that's why the characters look the same, but all the moves look so fluid. It's like, like our flashbacks rotoscoped. It looks that fluid in the fighting. It's really well done, I think.
Yeah, it's definitely a real labour of love. It's and it is. It's a if you're good on that sort of Karate Champ style of fighter, where it's sort of like one hit to get the strike in, which again, that is how the sport and a lot of karate is, isn't it? It's not like
it does depend though on your stats, because if you fight a boxer with higher resistance, he's going to take the hits better. If your strength isn't up. So you can KO the first guy quite easily, but the second guy, if you haven't got your stats up a little bit, it will knock you out. But once you get to sort of 99, or even sort of in the 80s, you can take some hits and not get knocked out, So it is like a career mode, IK plus, but slower, methodical, and more simulation of martial arts. I think I did see a comment on YouTube of like a guy who was saying we still like these guys who did martial arts back in the day, they were saying that, like, you know, they played this game because they felt it was the closest thing to actual, like, real fighting tournaments or whatever. So, you know, it's got high praise. There's, you know, some, like you say, King Drisky, some people will want the fast and frenetic IK Plus style, but this is more of a thinking, you know, long haul game. You know,
you have to think on it. That's not happening. I'm just bashing buttons just the same.
But, you can delve into it on that level, and I did. I got a lot out of it. I really enjoyed it. So yeah.
That's a good choice. I really did enjoy it.
Yeah.
Oh, cool, man. That's good. Cool. That's good to hear.
Let's go on to the next game. As you heard with that amazing little snippet of music, it is at number 37 we have Banshee. This is a core design game. It was developed in-house. It's a 1 or 2 player shooter. It says basically a love letter to 1942, you know, in that series, 1942, 1943, but has stunning graphics and is brilliant. I mean, I really love this one. I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy. Do you want to sort of say to our listeners a bit more about the game?
Yeah, well, this was a reason to get a 1200, wasn't it? Or a CD32. Let's be frankly honest about it. The visuals just took the next step up. And if you like your kind of World War II type Spitfire-esque shooters, you know, your Flying Sharks or your 1940 series or games of that ilk, then this really stands out. The whole... It kind of aesthetically looks like a Bitmap Brothers shooter. In terms of the graphics, for me, the style of the top-down view really does look like something like the Chaos Engine meets the 1940 series, in my opinion, you know. But it really does show off the graphical abilities, AGA abilities of the 1200 series of the Amiga. It is what you expect from these type of shooters, you know. Frantic enemies hurling themselves or bullets towards you, power-ups to pick up that gives you multiple direction bullets and such like. But just visually, mainly I suppose it's that kind of rusty brown is the most prominent colour in the game, would you say? But that's what makes it look like what it is. And I was absolutely blown away with the sheer arcade quality of this, and more so on the boss fights. One of my favourite is there's a dual rail track on one of it's still on level 1, isn't it? It's just later on, the boss fight there, and there's a kind of crane thing on the tracks. It's swinging a big ball and chain. And I just thought it was so, you know, big and visual for the screen. It filled the entire screen of the game that, you know, that the Amiga was competing with the big hitters of the arcades at the time, that big ballsy boss fights and hard as nails, don't get me wrong, but you just came back for more punishment because it was such a visual, not just a visual splendour, but I thought the level design is incredible as well. I mean, what about yourself, Drisky? How do you feel about this?
Oh, yeah, no, I really adore this one. I mean, it's considering that we got such a terrible 1942 and 1943 sort of game back in the port on the Amiga, this was just fantastic. It plays really well, but it's the love letter of the there's so many little touches, so much humour in the backgrounds that you sort of want to play through. I mean, you know, like the graveyard will have like little zombies wandering around, or in the ice levels there's little polar bears, and you've got different creatures, and there's just so many things. Whereas a lot of developers would have perhaps just got the mechanics and then just left it. They've really put the effort to make all these little touches in the background and give it a lot of character beyond a lot of shooters, really. I really have a lot of time with this one, and there's some lovely, great weather effects as you go on. You get fog levels, and you know, there's a nice variety to all the levels that you encounter that sort of really drives you on through the game. I have a lot of time for it. It's a real favourite of mine, both on, it was AGA only, as you mentioned, and it came out on the CD32 as well. And they're both fantastic versions. I love the music of Martin Iveson as well. Yeah, he showed up again on this one. What about you, Rick? What's your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, mate. Just a clarification. I don't know if you know. Does the CD32 version have a soundtrack or not during the gameplay? Now you're asking me. I can't remember off the top of my head because I played the AGA version. But... that's fair enough. I mean, like, listening to you guys talk about it, you clearly have a big love for this. And
the answer's no, by the way. It doesn't.
It doesn't. Okay. I think for me that's one of the things that put me off the game, because you know I do love a soundtrack. It feels a bit empty for me. I mean, I hear everything you're saying about the game, and like you said, Kingy, I picked up quite quickly on the, you know, it's got quite a steampunk UI, hasn't it, with the you know, the little liquid things for your health, you know, the little canisters or whatnot and things like that, and it's very Chaos Engine golds and browns, isn't it? That's definitely what I picked up on. It's quite moody, like it's not like 1942 where it's like Sega Blue Skies type graphics. It's definitely darker and a bit more rusty, you know, like you say. I think I need to play this more, because I think games that don't have a soundtrack kind of throw me off, because I really do like to have something to keep the rhythm going. You know, a good soundtrack always goes a long way on a game, and I think I've just not shown it the respect it probably deserves. And I missed this one, to be honest, back in the day. I don't think I did play this one back in the day, so it's kind of difficult to come back to it from that perspective. But no, I can definitely see where you're going, because like I've not gone on to the later levels, so I've only probably played level 1 and 2, and I've not seen sort of all the little nuances that you guys are talking about. But it's definitely got a good quality about it. You know, it's an arcade quality game on the Amiga, on the AGA machines, and I think I'll definitely have to try and give it another go and see if I can get into it. I think it falls into that bullet spongy type problem I have with Amiga shooters, like original Amiga shooters, if you get what I mean, like Project X and things like that. But I'll give it another crack and see if I get on with it for sure.
Yeah, awesome. Right, okay, so let's go on to the next game, and it is number 36. We've chosen Turrican 2, The Final Fight. This is an absolute classic on the Amiga. came out in 1991 and published by Rainbow Arts, and of course developed by Factor 5, who did the 16-bit versions of sort of games. And it's a real classic, this. I mean, of course, Factor 5 went on to do many of the classic games on the N64, the Star Wars games, isn't it, and on the GameCube, etc. And of course, they did all the Super Star Wars games on the SNES, so they had a big career as well. So I'm going to go to you, Kingy. Do you want to sort of give a synopsis with Turrican 2 and what you think about it?
I mean, quite rightfully so, it gets more mentioned than its first part. The nothing wrong with Turrican 1 at all. It just, this one is the perfection version, isn't it, in that way? And, you know, like I said in my own mini review for it, you know, I somewhat feel guilty that it is as low down in the charts, because it is a bona fide classic on the Amiga, and it is truly the Amiga's answer to, you know, Metroid in that way. And anybody that enjoyed Zane Selena as well will absolutely love this game completely. It's a brilliant multi-directional exploration game, isn't it? That's what really gives it. It's non-linear in that way, which I really love about it, and that's what you want in a good game. You know, it feels you are in this immersive world where you're choosing your direction that you think is the better route to go. But with all these games, and I don't know if you get them with Metroid style games, and I love them because it is my most favourite genre. You get direction anxiety. You choose, you just finally decide, I'm going this way, but continually you're thinking about, wow, what if I went the other way? What's that direction? You know, the fear of missing out, basically. The game instills that in you.
And it has that annoying time limit that's completely unnecessary in the game.
It's completely unnecessary. I don't like that at all. And that's, you know, you just want to enjoy it at your own pace, and you don't need that kind of limitation on it. What is it meant to be? Is it meant to be an arcade game, or is it meant to be a console beater in that way? You know, so it's kind of a hybrid between both, and it's not 100% sure what it wants to be.
Yeah.
But visually, it's incredible, isn't it?
And orally as well. I mean, of course, Chris
absolutely,
music is, you know, this is some of his finest work. Such a great tree. Desert Rocks and tune is just amazing. As I say, I have a lot of time for this game. I mean, I share everything that you sort of say. It's a real visual splendour. It's got a wide range of amazing weapons. You know, there's so much you can sort of fire and do. It's got compelling gameplay, very expansive levels.
Yeah.
But I know it is quite divisive, really, because you get some people that just they prefer the more linear style, and you know, Turrican 3 is case in point. I actually really liked Turrican 3, or Mega Turrican as it was known on the Mega Drive, but a lot of people hated that because it went for a much more linear style game. I kind of like both. And you know, I've come to appreciate actually the whole series, really. I picked up the Turrican Anthology collection on the Switch. There's like a double pack.
Nice one.
Got it in the sale because it's stupidly priced. But what I love with that, actually, incidentally, for people that you know, love their Turrican, the Anthology pack, which you can get on, annoyingly you can't get on Xbox or Steam, but you can get on Sony, PS4 and Switch. And what's great about the Anthology pack, which is like the double pack, it has all the Amiga versions, which is great because the original pack they did doesn't do that. But it's also got and all the SNES ones and the director's cut that came out on the SNES. It's an amazing package, and the score attacks. But what it also has, which makes it worth it alone for me, is it has all the remastered Chris Hulsbeck tunes, because he's remastered all of his as CD quality, and you can choose either the original music or his, you know, if you unlock the game, you can you can put his CD quality music instead.
That's cool.
Yeah, really, really good.
That's a good package, that really, isn't it?
It is, but I mean, even in the sale, and this is digitally, it still cost me about like 40 quid for the two games.
Okay.
Oh, blimey.
Yeah, it's really overpriced because they literally choose each one as like as full price. But you know, I was prepared. I love the game and the series enough that I just took the plunge. I mean, I do have the physical release, which was a bit inferior. That was, that was just like the games, but it annoyingly wasn't like Turrican 3, for example. It was Mega Turrican, which I know is technically the better game, but my nostalgia is on Turrican 3. Things like that, just annoying things. It doesn't have all the music remasters and stuff, and missing a few of the games. But no, I'm with you. And, you know, to answer your question on why it's so down on the list, we'll go over to Rick, who voted this one down, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think this wasn't in my, this wouldn't have been in my top 50 because, there's nothing wrong with Turrican. You know, it's a very nice looking game, great music, everything, great graphics. It never really piqued my interest back in the day. You know, it just, I think I only ever played the first Turrican back in the day, and I just found it a little bit sort of monotonous. But Turrican 2 is definitely a step up. I have trouble with that bleeding, that sort of stand still and fire an arc move. I have trouble controlling that on the game. I think that's one of the problems I have with it. But I'm actually quite interested in maybe trying to give this a proper go because I did because obviously since we did the research for the book and played the games and stuff, I have played it a little bit more, and I actually am starting to like it a bit more. Like I said, there's nothing wrong with it. It just didn't grab me at the back.
It's just not your nostalgia, is it? Yeah,
because I don't have the nostalgia for it. It doesn't sort of stick out. But
yeah,
I wouldn't mind.
Go on, sorry.
I was just going to say, I wouldn't mind picking up the what you was talking about there, Driss, the pack with the added music and stuff like that, because I'm a sucker for artists releasing their tracks on CD sort of quality and being able to choose between the two. You know, it adds a different dimension and a different experience. But that might be an interesting pack to pick up. And
one of the nice things, of course, you get the rewind function. Which can really help. And the save
we haven't got time these days to sort of sit down.
How our lives have changed. Yeah, we don't want tenacity or perseverance in games anymore. That I will get this level done and swear at the computer nearly, thump it within an inch of its life. You will just rewind.
Well, we just ain't got the time for it these days, have we, mate? Do you know what I mean? It's just, you can't sit there.
Wish we did.
I wish we did. One day, maybe.
I need to sort of roll up my sleeves and finish all the games on that pack.
I'm quite jealous because I've got the Switch, but I don't want to buy it on the Switch. I want it on Steam, and it doesn't exist on Steam. Why not? Come on.
Yeah, it's a pain, isn't it?
Well, to be honest, I would prefer to have bought it on the Xbox.
Yeah,
because like with Steam, I have more confidence that I'm still going to be able to use that.
That's the
game.
point, isn't it?
I don't trust Nintendo or Sony, to be honest. They've shown time and time again that they don't honour it.
Once bitten, twice shy, mate.
Yeah. But for whatever reason, like many of these packing games, they just ignore PC and they ignore Microsoft for some reason.
Right. Okay.
But Manfred Trenz, he's a genius, isn't he? I mean, he's obviously the original creator of the Turrican series, and whilst Factor 5 sort of took the idea and ran with it and brought it to 16, it's obviously his design, and it's a shame, really, because I mean, yes, he did like rendering Ranger R on the SNES, but. Oh, he did a crazy frog racer on the Game Boy Advance, but he's never really. I've never felt once the 8-bit era sort of came to an end. He's given his skill and talent. I find it a shame that he hasn't done more that at least I'm aware of. You know what I mean? Because I think,
Yeah.
I mean, what he achieved on the C64 of the Turrican games and made sure that all the 8-bit ones were pretty good in their own way.
Well, they were, weren't they? Yeah.
But for me, the Amiga versions are the best ones because, I mean, mostly really, I mean, not only do you have all the fantastic art and the Amiga power and of what they can do, but it is the Chris Hulsbeck music.
It is,
yeah,
by far.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
You need that Amiga soundtrack. It sounds, I mean, I know yourself, Rick, you really enjoy a lot of Mega Drive soundtracks and that, but I never did. I don't like the sound chip on the Mega Drive. I don't like the sound chip on the SNES. I just never enjoyed it. There's something, I don't know, how do I put it?
I think the problem is a lot of the games on the Mega Drive were done by people who didn't really understand the Yamaha chip that well, because there's a lot of soundtracks in the arcade which use very similar chips that are amazing, aren't they? You know, I know it's underpowered, but
look at Yuzo Kishiro. You know, I mean, what he achieved with for Streets of Rage and things. And
of course,
there is. I'm sort of with Rick. There is amazing ones, but there is something about the Amiga sound chip that or the sound and the music from the Amiga that, you know, maybe it's nostalgia, maybe it's because that's what
absolutely is, but it still gives me shivers to this day.
Yeah.
In fact, one of the best experiences I ever had was at a retro event, and they had Turrican 2 playing on a CD TV hooked up. So they made the CD TV like it was part of a hi-fi system.
Brilliant. That's what I wanted to do.
Yeah, and they hooked it up with a full amp, and you had massive speakers, really good quality speakers, either side of you as you were playing, and you're like, this is heaven. I so wanted to set it up, that up.
That is one of my grail goals, to get a CD TV again and set it up as a stack system with a vinyl deck on it and everything. You know, it'd be amazing.
Well, I mean, you could do it with. I mean, I guess you could take the innards out of an Amiga and put it in your own posh box, isn't it? It doesn't have to, because then at least you'll have the flexibility of all the other games, etc. But no, it's a real special game. Just quickly though, what was people's views on Turrican 3? Because I know that is quite divisive with people.
I think visually, I think it's an even more of an improvement personally, but it never delivered the thrills of the pinnacle, the peak that is the second one. I want that. I mean, you know my love for that genre and the whole exploration and going off and exploring things. I used to be so good at mapping games in my mind when I was younger. You know, any game, right?
Before beer. Same with me.
It was before beer. You're absolutely correct. Nowadays, I just get lost round the corner on a game now. Yeah, and part of it is because we were willing to sort of, partly it was before alcohol, but also I think it's just the patience, isn't it? We would happily sit down and play the game again, and but yeah, I mean, talking about it, it's really got me itching to replay the Turrican anthology collection again. Really, to work my way through, because there's some on the SNES that I've not really played properly, like Super Turrican 2 and etc. And also, I've never really sat down properly and played the Super Turrican Director's Cut, because basically what happened, if people don't know with that, Super Turrican was cut in about half in terms of memory size, because Ocean turned around and said, we can't afford that big a cart for it. And it was like, for years, all the stuff that they couldn't put on, was left on the cutting room floor. But when they released the analog, the SNES analog, whatever that's called, I can't remember what it was called. The machine, the analog machine, the FPGA machine.
Oh, I don't know what that one is, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, it's an analog something, but for the SNES, they actually had it bundled. That was the first time that it got released. So I was been itching to try it, because it's not one that I've never been able to find the ROM of the director's cut. So and that was it up until the anthology collection. That was the only time you could sort of play it. So yeah, no, I think a great games, and I definitely urge everybody to sort of like try and spend time with Turrican, because I mean, Rick, you're not alone. To be honest, I've like the Retro Game Squad and things like that. The American tend to be American or Canada podcasts. But they just don't get the Europe's love for Turrican. They just don't understand
It's just because of the Metroid thing, isn't it? Because a lot of them had Nintendos and they were playing Metroid, and it's very similar in a way. Just on the Turrican 3 thing, I think that's the most arcade-looking Turrican out of the series on the Amiga, I think.
Yes, it's very console-like. I mean, it was the Mega Drive was the primary release. The Amiga was the secondary
Flashback,
release.
but I still think Flashback's the best, and the Amiga's the best version.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's something I will say, actually. For me, Turrican 3, collectively, is, I think, Chris Schulzbeck best work. I think if you listen to that entire album, it's amazing on Turrican 3. And going back to what Kingy was saying, I think the Amiga version still was is vastly above what they achieved on the Mega Drive. As good as that soundtrack is, I think the Amiga version is the best one.
I think that's the problem, isn't it? When you've got someone who writes music specifically for one chip and you try and basically convert it, you're never going to get the same nuances, are you?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that was his pinnacle, really, wasn't it? I mean, it was on the Amiga. I mean, he did fantastic things on all the later systems, and whatever he touches is amazing. But I think he just knew how to make the Amiga sing. Chris Hillsbeck, didn't he?
Yeah.
Real. So shall we go on to the next game then?
Yeah.
Yep.
Right. As you probably heard with that little intro of the music, this is obviously, you're not going to have a top 50 list without this in. It is number 35. We have Buggy Boy. And as people who know me, you're never going to see a list without Buggy Boy on the Amiga being in. So for people who don't perhaps know, it's based on quite an obscure arcade game by Tatsumi, and the home ports across the board were pretty solid, really. Came out in 1988, the home ports, and it's a pretty amazing port on the Amiga. I think the Commodore 64 is a great version, but the Amiga, for me, I just fell in love with this game. And just played it again and again to death. But what is it? You're essentially, it's from behind racing game, but you're not really, unlike Outrun or what have you, you're really racing against the clock primarily, rather than, I know you're doing that on Outrun, but that's the primary thing. There's no other buggies on the track or anything in the home ports. But what's great about it is you're sort of negotiating the obstacles strewn around. That's really your main enemy. But there's flags and sort of gates to ride under to get score. But then you have the added complexity that if you collect the flags in the order that you need, which is sort of shown in the top right, you get like a multiplier bonus score, because all the flags start flashing and you get more points. So it's this wonderful heady mix that you can either play it where you're just trying to complete the tracks, do 5 laps before the timer runs out. So that's one way of playing it. Or you can try and play it where you're achieving that, but also trying to go through as many of the gates and flags as possible to get the biggest score. Now, I always, to be honest, I'm not particularly a score junkie, so I tend to play it, just to complete the track. But yeah, I just can't stop playing this one. I'm going to go to you, Rick, before I wax lyrical even more. What's your views on this one?
Yeah, man. I remember having this on the C64 first, and like you say, it's a very good conversion on the Commodore 64. But I did manage to get hold of this at some point during my Amiga journey, and I think this is another reason to play this one is that obviously the arcade version has got the buggies that you sort of race against, so to speak. There's sort of like obstacles, extra obstacles in the way.
Yeah.
And it makes it feel a little bit more like a race, doesn't it? But at the end of the day, they really are just obstacles, aren't they? Whereas the Amiga version is just you on an obstacle course, really. And it's just a great engine. You know, it runs pretty smooth. You know, if it's not Outrun, but it's the best. It's Outrun in terms of like Outrun was crap on the Amiga.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a good job it's not Outrun on the Amiga.
This is a pretty good game. I love like all the physics in it and the way you can, you know, go on two wheels and make yourself narrower to get through little ducks and dives and stuff and jumps, and then there's the footballs, isn't there, where you can knock them out into the sky and that. It's just it's just a great fun game. And like you say, what makes it sort of special as well is that you can play it just to sort of finish the courses, which is kind of, you know, testing anyway. But then if you're getting really good at the game, you can go for that sort of how many points can I get on a specific track and all that sort of stuff. So it does have that longevity. It's not just, I know how to do all the corners like you do in Outrun, and I know I need to be this, that, and the other. You know, there's a lot more to chase in this game if you really want to, you know. So it's a game that you can play in a couple of different ways and still get a lot out of it. Yeah, I think it's a great game.
Oh, no, that's good. I'm glad you like it as well. And what about you, Kingy?
Yeah, I mean, it wisely chose to reduce the size of the buggy because it's not the triple monitor arcade version, is it? But even if you play Buggy Boy Jr. in arcade and you've not got the triple monitor, the overall game works, you know. But I just think the aesthetically and playability wise, the Amiga version is absolutely fantastic. I'm the same with Rick. My origins of this first began in the 8-bit period on the Spectrum, which didn't reduce the size of the vehicle, and you couldn't see bugger all on a 4:3 monitor apart from that big ass vehicle. Still enjoyed it, you know. I had, especially in the 128K version, I had the sound effects and the little ditties and so forth. But then I moved on to this one, and it was just such a enjoyable arcade racing game that just harks back to an earlier, more simple period that is, you know, just really enjoyable. And we were easily entertained of the buggy going on, you know, a side wheelie, if you want to call it that, on the two wheels or leaping in the air. It's amazing what we took, little technical wonders in a game to make a sprite do that kind of thing, to give the illusion of physics in a game that we were amazed. We're a lot more jaded towards that now, aren't we?
It was exciting, wasn't it? It was exciting.
It was.
To jump, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just, that's what you spoke about with your friends. Like, check this out, check the stunts I can do. It was just a different time. And I think still, it's not really dated, to be honest. I think it feels just as good and just as fresh as the day I first played this.
No, I'm the same way. I mean, you know, this was part of the 10-star pack, so an early Amiga bundle. So this was what my friend that introduced me to the Amiga had in his collection. Yeah, it was just fantastic, you know. And I just fell in love with it. All what you guys are saying. I mean, and it's got a nice variety of tracks as well. You've got like 5 tracks, you know, your off-road, north, east, west and south. And they get more and more complex. You know, south is really a difficult one. But so the challenge and variety is there. And just as you say, there's just so many little cool, neat ideas, like going up on the side of the pyramid. You know, those like slanted bits of the track where you can like go up the side, and just a fun, solid game. And it's one that I always, you know, when I'm this is my comfort food game. This is where, you know, I've got a couple of minutes and I just want to ride through, and I crank up the Amiga. This is the one that I invariably put on first, just to get that nostalgic juices flowing. And of course it's sorry, yeah. Mm-hmm.
No, go on, sorry.
No, I was going to say, of course, it's done by Martin Ward, who did the home conversion. He was a programmer and graphics along with Richard Frankish. And of course, particularly Martin Ward, to our lovers of Spectrum, our listeners who love the Spectrum, he did Phoenix, which obviously appeared in our top 100. It was a great one. And of course he did, Buggy Boy. In America, it's known as Speed Buggy, if to our American listeners. And then of course they did, the knockoff, the James Bond Live and Let Die, which was basically Buggy Boy in a boat. Not as good, but, pretty cool in its own way. And of course, like the duo, they did like versions like Paperboy and Commando on the Amiga and things like that. So yeah, that's all I'm going to say. They've done some other great games as well. Yeah.
What I was going to say about it, Drisky, was the sound effects are so recognisable from this game. If I blindfolded you in the collection of the flags or going through the goalposts or whatever, diddly-dee, you would know it immediately, right? It's like, I'll name this tune.
Quality, isn't it?
Yes, exactly that. I'll name this tune in one, so it's, the audio is just as much important as the visuals, and they got the balance of both done really right and captured the spirit of the arcade really well in it.
And one day I will see the 3-screen Buggy Boy. It will happen, the arcade version, the 3-screen Buggy Boy.
Absolutely.
But this is, I still, actually, I like the fact that it doesn't have the other cars, like the other buggies on the road, because to be honest, they give annoying random element in the arcade, which, it's an, you don't need it. You don't need that random element. It's unfair. They're cheap, sort of like crashes when you're racing against clock. So I think it was a great decision to drop it. So we're on number 34, and this is Wings. It's another Cinemaware game released in 1990, and of course published by Mirasoft in Europe. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm going to pass it to Rick because I know he absolutely adores this game. So do you want to describe it to our listeners, Rick?
Yeah. So take control of a World War I fighter pilot. You start off with Waldo P. Barnstormer as your main pilot, and basically this is a game where you are in the 56th Squadron, which is a sort of make-believe squadron from World War One. But what it essentially does is it charts the history of World War One from the perspective of this fighter pilot, if you survive, of course, and through journal entries between missions, you get to hear a little bit of history from his perspective, or the pilot's perspective, so to speak. Of, you get history of the battle and other things that it was going on in his life and stuff like that. And it really builds a sense of what it was like at the time and stuff like that. Essentially, what you've got is two mini games and what I would call the main event. You've got the strafing missions, which is sort of isometric, where you either have to strafe a train or a convoy or other infantry positions and things like that. And then the second mini game, which is a little bit of a 1942 look-alike, but not shooting things. You're bombing installations and avoiding flak cannons and things like that. But the main event is the full-on 3D dogfights against the German Fokkers. and
what Fokkers they are.
Yeah, they certainly are. And whilst the physics aren't completely realistic, they do a great job, because the plane usually self-rights and keeps you sort of horizontal a lot of the time. But it just, I don't know, there's just something special about the dogfighting sections, because as you get further through the game, there's like a period which I can only remember from like back in the day when I played it, because I haven't gone that far through for a long time. But you get this area of the game where you basically got like you're going out with five planes, and the Germans have got like 20 planes, and you're on an escort mission trying to get a bomber to go somewhere, and it's absolute mayhem, and it's just really good fun. You can choose to shoot the German planes so they start falling, and if you want to be sadistic, you can kill them and they'll start plummeting. But like, it's just, I don't know, there's just something special about this. This is the cinemaware game for me. This is the game that I spent loads of time playing. It's just got a really good vibe. The music's great. The cinematics, the cut scenes where you're taking off, and the beginning of the game where you got the dogfight over like European city and stuff like that. It's just a fantastic game. Really great narrative through it that you don't have to you don't interact with, but it just builds the narrative around the different missions that you're doing at the time. And just I've yet to complete this game, but I do want to complete it. But I have got very far. I think it starts off in 1916, and I think I must have got very close to the end back in the day, but never did quite finish it.
Yeah.
But
2 years to go, mate. That's not close enough.
No, I think the game starts in 1916, if I'm not mistaken. So you got to get to 1918, haven't you? I think so. I think I got to probably late 17 or early 18, and never finished, but never finished it. But definitely one I'm gonna do one day. I'm gonna do it.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of agree with what you're saying there, and I love the little touches as well. Like instead of showing you like damage, there's like a damage bar or anything that's they show like bullet holes in your wing, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Just nice little touches like that. But I'm with you. It's the journal entries and the way they build this world, this believable world, that really makes you care about others. Your squadron as well as obviously yourself, and it's a good way of sort of giving you a sense and teaching a bit of history of
sorry, I forgot to mention as well, you've got like what do you want to call it, a league table of all the top dog fighters in the battle, so you can see like the Red Barons in there and stuff, and I think you do fight against him at some point, if I'm not mistaken, and things like that. But yeah, it's cool.
What about you, Kingy? What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, everything you guys said. I mean, I much prefer the criminally missed out Knights of the Sky as my most favourite World War I shooter on the. But I think this is a masterpiece, to be honest. The whole world building by the diaries, the cinematic, the cinema reel information, black and white writing, stuff like that. It captures the period, but by far my favourite is the actual dogfighting sections. Not first person, it's third person, you're behind the pilot, but you know what I mean. It's just great. I just love a good simplistic dogfighting game. The World War I planes are simplistic controls. You've got your flight yoke and a machine gun trigger and your throttle. That's really about it. So there's no complex controls you have to arse about with. But main question, what do you call a dog without wings?
Bugger nose.
Linda McCartney. Hey!
Dear, oh dear.
No, absolutely love it. But if it was just a dogfight alone, it would be boring. So to have the cinemaware mini games, if you want to call it that, they're all quite interesting to play and fun to play. So it kind of breaks the game up. Yeah, you always look forward to the more exciting bits. Everybody has their preference. I mean, you might prefer the bomb raids top down because it's more arcade-like. Who knows? But there's a game within this for everyone as well. So I would urge people, if you're a bit of a history buff as well, fire this up and just enjoy the ride.
Yeah, and that's the thing is Cinemaware were fantastic at building worlds, like we talked about, it came from the desert. But where Wings is really, really good, even beyond the others that they've done, is that actually the mini games are really fun as well. Yeah. Whereas a lot of the other Cinemaware games, the mini games sort of were the
secondary to the story, and
They're all of these. You're right. They're good to play. I would add that for those interested in trying some of these Cinemaware games, Steam has the Cinemaware Anthology collection.
Yes.
Pick it up in the sale because it's got. Thankfully, it's got the Amiga versions as well as the PC versions. It's beautifully emulated, and it has pretty much everything of the Cinemaware period that you could hope for. Like it's got, it came from the desert and ant heads and this. So it's just, a good way to play. There was also a remastered edition of Wings. I've never really played it much, but have you tried it? Anyone else tried it? Or?
You're talking about the PC version that came out recently.
Yeah, 2014. There was a
when I say recently.
Yeah.
No, I haven't given it a go, mate. Actually, there's also a Game Boy Advance version, isn't there? Which
that's quite good. I have played the Game Boy Advance version.
It's slightly better 3D in that, if I remember correctly. But it'd be nice to give them a go because I don't know whether they're any good or not. I don't know.
No, for my shame, I own the remastered Wings version, but I've never actually sat down and played it. It's one of the many games in my
it's a time sink, isn't it? Yeah, it's a time sink. Yeah.
You sort of pick them up in the sale. Brill. Anyway, any more you want to say that before we move on?
No, all good, mate.
All good here.
All good. We're on to number 33, and this is Super Stardust. This was actually done by Bloodhouse, who, of course, famously teamed up with Elfmania team. Was it Techmark? And they became. Is that House? I can't remember what it's called now. Was it House Techmark? Housemarque, that's it. Yeah, they mixed the two and became Housemarque, which of course are known for Resogun and all of those great games in the modern era. Who'd have thought, the people behind Super Stardust and Elfmania getting together and becoming Housemarque. Very, very impressive. They're both, it's a Finnish developer, Bloodhouse, and it was published for Super Stardust, it was published by Team 17. They actually sort of published the game, and this particular version was AGA only, and coming out also on the CD32. So I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy. Do you want to describe it to our listeners?
Yeah. I mean, I've always been a fan of Asteroids. Out of all the classic arcade games, I'm not very good at it, but it's something that is hugely nostalgic and hugely important to its influences on me as a younger child, going down to the arcades with my brother, you know what I mean? So it holds a special place in my heart, especially watching the older kids play it and how good they were mastering the inertia of the game, because that was one of the hardest parts, wasn't it? You can easily accelerate and whatnot and just get out of control and batter into, or misplan, you would shoot like crazy, wouldn't you? And just have too many fragments of smaller asteroids floating about rather than really planning your strategy.
Yeah.
This game's no different, but it just gives it this incredible visual overhaul. Now, I think this was one of the first games to me that captured that metallic look on the AGA graphics on the 1200. The visual quality of those metallic looking rocks just looked amazing. It blew me away. I was like, this is next gen. I just couldn't believe what I was looking at. Just how can they make games look like this? It's never going to get any better, folks. That's it. This is where it stops. The future will. How little do we know? But
they did better than Microcosm, which tried to do it with CD. It did a better job here, didn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And the soundtrack is absolutely brilliant as well. But it's also interspersed with the tunnel sequence, shoot 'em up as well as you're going down the tunnel, which kind of tries to capture that whole scalar like thing going on as well, which I wasn't as fussed about those levels. I just love the asteroids part to it.
Yeah,
I mean,
but they
more
broke up
to
the
it than-
action though. Those tunnel sections, they did break up the action. Made
It did,
give it a bit of variety.
It did.
See why it was
You know,
there.
Yeah, absolutely. But I loved all the different backdrops in the game as well. It's not just the lovely sprites in the foreground, there's lovely space scenes with, big Saturn-like planets with rings going around them. Or, I mean, weird. It was like, what's one of their levels, if I remember right? It's like skyscrapers that kind of are so tall, they're coming out of the atmosphere and the planet, and
really
stuff
cool.
stuff like that. But it just really, I mean, you maybe look at some of it now and it looks a bit more dated now. I don't think it stood the test of time visually as much as it looked back then, but the audio is still incredible. I love the music.
Yeah, really good. And what about you, Rick? What's your views of this one?
Oh, mate. I remember getting the original Stardust on the A500, and when you see that Star Wars inspired intro with the scrolling text, the music, the real good dark techno vibe that it's got, and then you get that sort of ray traced animation of the craft doing a sort of banking maneuver towards the camera. It sets it right up for you, and then you get into the game and you see this gorgeous sort of ray traced graphics. And some really lovely pixel art as well, mixed in with as the background objects and stuff. It's just an adrenaline fueled, asteroids on steroids, isn't it? It's a fantastic game. The presentation is top notch. I'm going to disagree with you, Kingy. I don't think it looks dated at all. I think this still looks gorgeous today. I think this game. I think especially the AGA version. There's so much detail. I think sometimes we get a bit we get a bit ahead of ourselves because we're playing these things on not on CRTs anymore. If you get what I mean. So a lot of us, and I suppose you can see maybe a bit too much definition in it on a LCD screen or whatnot. Or an LED screen, but on the CRT, you get that sort of blurring, don't you? And it just hides the hard edges. And I don't know. I still think the game looks amazing. Like even now, just watching it on YouTube whilst we're talking, it still just looks amazing. I think.
No, I'm with you. I mean, I've never really got on with Asteroids personally as a game, but this is probably one of the best iterations of it. It just has the variety, the music, and it's just, and it's got like the sinister penguin, Death Star boss. It's got everything you could need, really. It does blow my mind that the first Stardust game was a budget game. That blew me away. Yeah. Because all the reviewers, I can understand, were sort of complaining, why has it gone full price? And why has it gone up to a 30 quid game? But then it's sort of accepting it's definitely worth the full price game. But yeah, no, I really I really had a good time going back to it. Definitely Super Stardust with the AGA colour palette. I mean, Stardust, the original, was very, very good. That came out in 1993, but the AGA Super Stardust and that came out on the CD32 or the 1200 or, any AGA machine is the best version on the Amiga for definite. And of course, a lot of people will have discovered Super Stardust HD, which is not the same game put in HD, but it's, the same idea, isn't it, of trailing around. That's amazing on the PS3, and of course they did Super Stardust Ultra on the PS4. So it's lovely that there's modern iterations of this game as well. Really, really good. Any more you want to say about this before we move on?
All good, mate.
All good. Right, we're up to number 32, and this is another classic gem. It is Simon the Sorcerer, done by Adventuresoft, which was sort of like the bedfellows of Horrorsoft. They produced great games, on the adventure games and RPGs on the Amiga. But Simon the Sorcerer was really quite special. Came out in 1994, so quite late, across 9 discs, unless you had the CD32 version. And I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy, again, actually, because this is such a special game to you.
Yeah, absolutely. As I said in my own review, this is my Christmas pantomime. I used to play this every Christmas Eve, just sitting and wanted to fun. It is, aside from Monkey Island series, right?
Yeah.
This is my most favourite point-and-click adventure. I think the story is absolutely brilliant. Obviously, you want the whole Terry Pratchett, Tolkien-esque, and Hans Christian Andersen. There's a bit fairy tale, and there's a bit, modern, off the time writers, of the masters of fantasy, so you want to speak. So this delves into these worlds with Simon, who's teleported from our day and age into this fantasy realm, and the puzzles, they're easily solvable. I don't think they're incredibly difficult, but yet again, where the game wins is in its graphical design, obviously, and its sarcastic dialogue. It's humour,
very sarcastic, very British humour.
That's where it absolutely wins, and it just makes you smile every time you play this game. I've always enjoyed point-and-click adventures at this period anyway. I couldn't get enough of them. I actually thought that I didn't actually want to play another genre ever again when I first discovered these, because you just devoured them and just could not get enough. And this, for me, was, to be honest, the peak of that, it just, I don't know why it makes it shine so much for me, because I not everybody particularly likes it, but for me, I think it's one of the better ones out on the Amiga.
Yeah, I mean, I've always loved it. I mean, as I say, it does what sort of Shrek and things did years later, sort of subverting the classic fantasy fairy tale stories, isn't it? But putting it with a sort of modern, sort of hilarious twist. I mean, and what did you think about the talkie version on the CD32 with Chris Barry, Rimmer?
That's one of the few I actually really enjoyed, because I actually thought almost that the voices were the voices I imagined in my head when I was playing it on the standard text version anyway. You know what I mean? So it's one of the better voice acted ones.
It was good, because, I mean, we were used to, at the time, really sort of echoey, low-budget talkies at the time, and the rare few times you had talking in games. So to have pretty high production values from a game like this was really quite special. And Chris Barry did a fantastic job of pulling out those sarcastic lines, so you were in no doubt of the kind of personality Simon Sorcerer was. What about you, Rick? What's your thoughts on this game?
Oh, mate, I never did play this one back in the day. It's boring. It's boring, mate. I don't know, man. Like, I think the point and click adventure sort of style of games I did delve into, and they were quite long, weren't they? And I think I played like a few different ones. And by the time we got to this, I never played it, but I would kind of like to give the CD32 version a go, because Chris Barry is always good value for money, and having seen the videos of the CD32 version and the voice acting, it's really well done, and I would like to give it a go one day. I think it's just the time, isn't it? These types of games just take so much time to play.
Yeah,
but,
I mean,
great.
Obviously, these days you can pick it up on GOG or Steam. Because the PC version is a talkie version as well, and it's just as good way to play it. I mean, it's got the same visuals, so however you sort of play it. And the one thing, I'm going from memory. It's been a while since I played it on the CD32, but I mean, I do own it. It is a little bit stop and start at times, because of the old CD format, but it was groundbreaking at the time to hear the talking version. Very, very special.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, in all these games, because there's multiple discs, where you think things are, the game's jarred or fragmented because there's a pause. It's swapping bloody multiple discs.
Yeah, I mean, that was the biggest revelation.
Painful, yeah.
Yeah, because unfortunately...
But you accepted it back then. I don't think you thought it was as much painful back then, because that's the only technology we had. For heaven's sake, I was not used to, loading multi-loads games on the Spectrum, for goodness sake. They took a lot longer. But, it's just in our older age, when we've got better technologies, that you go, oh, that's a problem now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was a shame. Obviously, this was the last, the only Simon Sorcerer that we officially got released on the Amiga. In the year 2000, some homebrewers released the Amiga CD version of it, but of course, people have moved on by the year 2000. But I think the sequels are very good. Number 2 is very good. Obviously,
it's absolutely brilliant. The second one,
3 and 4, once it went 3D, it lost a lot.
I can get in the sea. That's not happening, no.
Yeah, but no, really, really cool. So, shall we go on to the next game then? Mm-hmm. We're up to number 31, and it is BC Kid. This is another Factor 5 developed game, obviously published by Ubisoft and obviously based on the Hudson Soft classic BC Kid, or PC Kid as he's also known, or Bonk. He goes by lots of different names, isn't it? But this is basically, he's the Charlie Brown of cavemen. He's a little like bald-headed little kid caveman that can use his bonds to headbutt the enemies, and he has a passion for eating chilies that makes him become invulnerable for a short time. I mean, this was obviously first out on the PC Engine. It was like really the unofficial mascot, wasn't it, for the PC Engine and Turbo Graphics? But I was so glad that the Amiga at least got a version of that game, and it did. Factor 5, as always, did a fantastic job of it. I'm going to go to you then, Rick, to begin with. I mean, what's your thoughts of this game?
Yeah, man. I think back in the day, I've become a bit of a PC Engine fan in the last 10 years, so to speak. Did see the PC Engine back in the day, and obviously saw it in CVG and things like that, but never really had much exposure to it apart from maybe Bomberman and the first Street Fighter when I saw it in a sort of import shop in my local high street. But it's great to see. I mean, I know you had a little bit of a harumph about it because of the you think there's better platformers on the system perhaps, but I think it's really great to see a decent Japanese game done properly on the system and done really well. It's the same experience as the PC Engine version, but obviously it's got the Amiga idiosyncrasies, like the copper backgrounds and everything, and a different color palette. It's done a really great job of bringing that console game to the Amiga, and it's quirky because obviously it's a Japanese game that didn't really make it over to the West. I don't think it got released on anything else in the West, did it? If memory serves me, apart from obviously the Turbo Graphics in America, but I don't remember it having a SNES release. If I might be mistaken on that, but I just think it's great. I think it's done really well. The music's great, the graphics is great, gameplay's fun. I love the headbutting and the chomping to climb up the walls and stuff with his teeth. He starts to get more and more evil as he gets fired up, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly.
I think he's got a lot of states for his sprite, and I just think it's a great conversion and a lot of fun in my opinion. Yeah,
no, I mean I completely agree. I mean, I think it's a fantastic platform. Don't get me wrong. I guess it wasn't really a harumph, but in my comments, what I was getting at, it was maybe there was more unique games to the Amiga.
Yeah, sure.
I guess that's what I was kind of getting at. But no, this is one of the best platform games, no doubt, on the Amiga. Really, really good version, and a huge amount of fun. And some surprisingly big enemies as well, like end-of-level bosses and things. Yeah. What about you, Kingy? What's your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, now I didn't have the exposure to the PC Engine or whatnot at this point in life. Probably didn't even. In fact, I'll guarantee you, I hadn't heard of it at that point. It just didn't come into my radar. So this, for me, will always be an Amiga game rather than some, adaptation from a Japanese console. Yeah. So for me, I think it's simplistic gameplay in it, but that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I think there's such great workmanship going on the level design, on the sprites. It's fun to play it all the way through. It's comical, it's cartoony, it's cutesy. It's, for fans of Wonder Boy and such like, fire this up. You'll absolutely love it. I think there needs to be more games with BC Kid. Well, Bonk,
I mean,
lots more.
Yeah, try on the PC Engine. You got Bonk 2. PC Kid 2 is amazing. Really, really good. The PC Engine, playing them, they are fantastic. There's even the spin-off Air Zonk where he's like a spaceman. And it's
Yeah,
like
that's the third one,
shoot 'em
isn't
up.
it? Yeah, that's
Yeah.
PC Kid. Yeah, the third game. Yeah, PC.
Well,
Kid
it's
and the
not.
three.
It's really a spin-off, isn't it? But
Yeah,
it's,
yeah.
But yeah, no. I love these games, and so it is a shame that we didn't get more conversions of these sort of like platformers and things, because it's nice seeing that melding of Japanese gameplay design with technical prowess of European developers on the Amiga. You know, that combination is a really powerful combination, isn't it? And yeah, I definitely urge. And the one thing I will say, even if you played the PC version, play on the Amiga just purely for the music. It's a fantastic renditions of all the
Yeah, it's
tunes.
great. It's great. Yeah.
Yeah, really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, this is, as I say, Factor 5, so they went on to do, you know, all the Star Wars games, and I mentioned Rebel Strike and things like that. So, yet again, they knocked it out of the park. They really did. Any more you want to say about that one before we move on to the next game? Cool. Right, let's go on to the next game then, shall we? Number 30, we're getting there, boys. It is HeroQuest, a real favourite of certainly Kingy and mine. This was developed by 221B Software Development and published, of course, by Gremlin, and came out in 1991, and is, of course, based on the fantastic Milton Bradley board game of the same name that we all sort of fell in love with, and this is a really faithful adaptation, isn't it, Kingy?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So for those who don't know, essentially what they did with HeroQuest is they took, you know, the Warhammer universe, but made it, streamlined all the rules to make it a much more accessible game. And you basically control 4 heroes, your standard sort of like barbarian, elf, wizard and dwarf. And you go through dungeons to take on the monsters and a variety of missions. And of course it's got, like, you know, your wizard and elf can have a whole set of spells and things, and you can buy weapons as you go from mission to mission, to an armour to improve the stats of your heroes. And yeah, I adore it. I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy, because I know
absolutely. Right. I couldn't get enough of this board game, but what pissed me off is getting others to play it with me, right? There was a small period when it was in vogue and everyone wanted to play it, and then it just stops, and I feel betrayed, because I'm thinking this is, you know, the evolution in the way I want board games. I always grew up loving board games in general, you know, whether it be Monopoly, Game of Life, bloody Scrabble, you know, Haunted Castle, anything, you know, all the games we grew up with kids, Alley Cat, anything. I love a good board game because it brings people together, and that's really important, that. But anyway, they moved on and had no interest in playing what I thought was the best board game ever made. Yeah. Hands down. And then this was announced, and I was quite cynical about this, because how are they going to deliver this, you know? But they did. The isometric look was absolutely fantastic, and actually in some ways it was better, because, right, when you're playing the board game, you see the whole board, right? So yeah, it's still line of sight, so when you get out a corridor, out a room, then the dungeon master lays the doors down, and, you know, that's all you can see. But this game, you're only getting to see where you actually are, aren't you? That's the thing. So you have to memorise the map. You have to remember the dungeons that you're also in. So in that way, it's slightly different, but apart from that, it's exactly the same game. And I just adored the whole vibe, the feel of it. It was just graphically exceptional. I mean, yes, there's a top-down map you get to see the overall world, but it feels slightly different from a board game in that sense because you're jumping between different screens. It's not a overall God's eye view of the environment from one perspective, if you know what I mean. But just the realization that this board game can make one of the best video games on the Amiga just blew me absolutely away. And I still go back and play it to this day, to be honest. I think it's perfect. It's an absolute perfect game that they knew how to apply the rules. Because that's the best thing about it. It is a Dungeons and Dragons like game. It's commercialized to make it more accessible for, Joe Blogs and thick people like me without, having to keep referring back to the rule book all the time. It's still a good rule book there. And like I said in my mini review, I think there was a number of disputes when you were playing it with your friends in terms of, can you move and do an action, do a move? Can you search for gold, search for traps, search for treasure, that kind of thing. This game laid it exact for you then. It was like the rule book was in its own playing, wasn't it? You couldn't argue with the computer. It said, this is how you're playing the game, and that's it, end off. That's how you must play it. So that pleased me, but what a perfect adaptation of this, absolutely.
Oh, it is great. And of course, you've got the fantastic Barry Leach music.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Which admittedly starts to grate a little bit after a while because obviously it's the same tune playing throughout. But yeah, I'm with you. I mean, I love this. It of course had unfortunately there was only one DLC that you could buy for it, Return of the Witch Lord, which I also picked up. You didn't get any of the others like Keller's Keep and things because I guess the DLC didn't sell that well, which was a shame. It's actually one of my dreams of video games is I would wish somebody could pick up the Gremlin license of HeroQuest, this version of HeroQuest, but add in all the DLC packs for HeroQuest. Wouldn't that be wonderful? You'd have the
amazing.
whole set. Yeah,
I'd pay for that.
Yeah, I would pay for it. I think it would be awesome. I mean, what about you, Rick? What's your thoughts of this one? Is it one that you played a lot back in the day, or not really?
No, not at all, mate. I think
Loser.
I think this is where the divide of the sci-fi and sandals comes in for me. See, I like you guys. From what you're saying about it, I had exactly the same problem with Space Crusade, which is also in the book, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. I covered all the spin-offs.
Yeah, exactly. So, I never did play. It's a great way to play the game because obviously no one bloody knew how to play the board games when I had Space Crusade, and we just made our own rules up, and we played it as we
couldn't be bothered to read the rules.
No, we just like, there's your men, there's my men. And we made up rules for what happened when you threw a certain dice number or whatever, and we just played it how we wanted to because it was easier, I suppose, because we were only like 9, I think, or 10.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's like you say, but either game really, HeroQuest, depending on your flavour of fantasy that you like, HeroQuest or Space Crusade, they're both great representations of the board games, aren't they? I mean, obviously I don't really know the nuances of Space Crusade, but from what you're saying, I can't see why the Space Crusade game wouldn't be as good as this. It just depends on your flavour, doesn't it, I guess?
Yeah, no, Space Crusade is, its own unique sort of thing. Obviously, it's more based on long distance attack rather than melee.
That's right. Yeah,
obviously you do get like bow and arrow and things in HeroQuest, but primarily it's sort of run up to the enemy and give them a good thonking. But unless you're using like magic, no, it's I really urge to listeners that perhaps have never played HeroQuest or the board game. This is, I think, the best sort of fantasy light. If you don't want to get too bogged down with sort of stats and things, this is a great one. And because the missions, because of the limitations of the actual board game original, every dungeon is like one layout, and they just use like rocks and things to sort of block ways, and the doors go in different places, but the actual sort of generic layout of the dungeon is the size of a board game. So one of the nice things about it is that you'll never, each of the missions are self-contained. They're not going to go on for hours and hours and hours. And don't be afraid of, it sort of made me laugh. Like some of the reviewers were complaining how it's not fun just controlling one character if you're playing one player. So therefore you've got to play with 4 players. And it's like, I never ever played it with one player. You'd always activate all the players, even if it was you controlling it all.
It's a bit like, you ever see these people on the golf course and they're just playing golf by themselves, right? And they decide just to hit one ball from the tee point. Fuck off. I'm going to hit 4 balls at least. You know what I mean? Right? It's like, there's no one about. You're going to play that. But yeah, I mean, it is still good to play it on the computer with your friends, but it just never was going to happen because no one else was into it. Yeah. Like you and I were, and that's the issue. It's like the world needs to like this game more because it's so freaking good. I remember when I introduced it to my son, he thought it was absolutely amazing, right? Yeah. And he still speaks about it. Yeah, he would bring his friends down. I'd be the dungeon master enjoying the rules, and that's fine. That's okay. And letting them play it. And his friends now, the ones that came down and played it and enjoyed it, are massive Warhammer fans, and there's a meeple club in the next town, and they're all speaking about now, because they're off that age, they're 16, 17, they're getting on the bus, going to the next town on a Monday night to sit down and play Warhammer battles.
Awesome.
So, job done, really, let's be honest about it.
And that's what HeroQuest was. It was a gateway drug for Games Workshop, wasn't it, really? That's what it was designed for. In the same way, like Space Crusade was like the gateway drug to like games like Warhammer 40k and Space Hulk. They were like the more complex versions of it.
Yeah.
Just as an aside, did you ever play the sequel?
Yeah, I didn't like it. We discussed that on a previous podcast. I mean, it's okay, but I didn't take to it in the same way because I'm so traditionalist about this wonderful. I don't want the model of the board game to change. HeroQuest 2 to me should have just been the DLC.
Yeah, well, you got the one, but it's such a shame that they sort of gave up on the DLC.
It's all about sales, though, isn't it? That's the point.
Is. I mean, the same thing happened with Space Crusade. Is that they only did the one DLC, and yet it's so frustrating when you're reading the reviews. That clearly they were planning on doing several DLC packs for both of these, but clearly the sales didn't sort of happen. To make it worthwhile. It's a shame, really. Shame. But
yes.
Yeah, fantastic. Well, shall we go on to the next game then?
No, let's just do this. Let's play a game of it and ignore doing the rest of the podcast.
Do you know one of the things that's sad? I still haven't played my, I bought when it got re-released.
Yes.
I still not played it all these years later.
Right, I tell you what, let's do a little... Just bring it to Arcade Club, right? On a Friday night, we'll just stay in the Premier Inn and play it on the table with lots of beers. How does that sound?
Not Arcade Club, that's my Disneyland. Gaming always comes first. But yeah, I will do it one time. But I've got the same issue that you've described, really. There's just nobody I know around this way is that interested in it. Yeah. Perhaps there's one person I know that is half interested in it, but you can never get any time in his life to even contemplate playing it.
I'm telling you, get a decent webcam, put it at a decent angle, and I'll play you on.
I wonder where this is going. Get your gimp mask and your tassels.
Play the game naked, absolutely.
HeroQuest OnlyFans.
Yeah.
I'll play with HeroQuest with you tonight, baby.
Fantastic. Right, shall we go on to the next game then?
Yeah. Let's
okay.
go.
So this is number 29. We've hit the 20s, boys, and it is Super Skidmarks, aka Super Skidmarks 2 as well as it's known. So this is done by Acid Software in-house, and sort of interesting because it started out as a demo with the original Skidmarks to sort of sell, a Blitz Basic, and then it became so popular that, the concept of sort of like, because it's sort of like a Super Sprint version, that they thought, oh, maybe we'll release this as a full game, and it did very well and spawned many sequels. I mean, we've chosen the Super Skidmarks because it gives us so many different variants of cars and things. The original was quite bare bones by comparison. But I'm going to pass it to you, Rick, because I think you're probably the biggest fan of this of all of us. Do you want to describe it a bit more to our listeners?
Yeah, so it's what would you? It's like you say, that it's like a modernised version of stuff like Super Sprint. It's got what would you call it? It's got a unique graphic style. One of the great sort of selling points for it is, you do leave skid marks on the track, so you get a sense of the race, so to speak, a bit of environmental differences. But I don't know, for me this fits that sort of super off-road micro machines, all those types of games. So I think my favourite game of this genre is probably Danny Sullivan's Indie Heat, but this is a great, because what I like about Indie Heat is you've got the whole track on screen, whereas this one you do obviously push the screen around to see more of the track, which it can be a pain in the arse with two players and things. That's one of the reasons why I didn't like Micro Machines, because I didn't like that falling off the screen sort of mechanic.
Oh, Micro Machines is amazing, man.
Ah, no, it's crap. It wound me right up. It's boring.
We've already established, Kingy, that Rick has weird taste in games.
Well, the problem with Micro
Unique
Machines
taste.
is, the problem with Micro Machines is if you play someone who's played it to death, that you're just going to get wiped out. It's just boring.
Well, you need to learn the bloody tracks then.
Well, obviously,
that's the feeling's on you.
Obviously, but I don't like.
Says the guy. Wait a minute. Wait. I'm going to stop you right there. Oi, shut it, right? Says the guy that knows all the moves in Street Fighter and kicks her arses. So you're not using that argument.
Yeah, but it's not racing, is it? What's all this?
It's foot racing and fist racing. So just
you mug.
Love you too, honey.
So there's loads of different cars, loads of different tracks, and it's 4 players. And I don't know, I just think it's a great little game. I didn't realise back in the day that it was a Blitz Basic thing, but I just thought it was one of the best races, like top-down races on the Amiga, because there's quite a lot of them on the Amiga. A lot of them get praise. I think this is probably one of the best ones on the Amiga, to be honest. That's like this.
Yeah, and what about you, Kingy? What's your?
Oh yeah, I mean, I absolutely love this. It's just great fun to play with mates. The inertia on the track's just crazy and incredible fun because of that. Especially when you've got the caravans in tow behind you on the trailer. It really,
That's where Top Gear got their ideas from, isn't it?
Exactly, mate. Exactly. Just so many memories of this playing with mates when I used to bring the Amiga down. I showed them real man's gaming, right? Because they held, as I said, nothing wrong with the consoles, but they just bought shit games for the consoles. They bought the commercial games that I just wasn't into. So I would come down on a Thursday night, bring the Amiga, and play these kind of games, and they were blown away with them. They actually preferred them. So there you go. That's testament to how great a game like this is. There's the banter, the insults, the hilarity that came round people's bad driving skills in the game. That's what made it, not the successes that you think you're playing people in Micro Machines, Rick, right? You celebrate the failures, not the successes, and that's what this game's about to me, and I absolutely love it. It's really good.
Yeah, so I'm the one sort of throwing a little bit flying the ointment with it, but I think my problem is I didn't really experience it with other people. I think you need to play multiplayer
Yeah.
Yes,
Absolutely. It feels a really hollow experience when you play it single player, which is really the only way I've played through this game. I don't like the sort of pre-rendered. They feel quite soulless, the cars, and whilst you get the mechanics, but also I find the levels, it tries to throw a little variety, but they're not the greatest design tracks in the single player experience. Yeah, unlike if you, like you mentioned with Indie Heat or Super Off-Road or other variants where you have nice variety that sort of drives the single player. It just felt very bare bones. But I can imagine, and that's why I'm glad it's on the list, that if you've got like-minded souls that play this, together, I can imagine it being one of the best experiences on the Amiga for multiplayer. And that's what a lot of the reviewers said back in the day, that, as a multiplayer experience, this is second to none. Interestingly, they did do on the CD32 only, they did the Ultimate Super Skidmarks, which adds just lots of daft things. You can race cows and fish, and it just adds everything to it. So if you are a fan of the sort of Skidmarks, that's probably as the name suggests, the ultimate way to play it. Yeah, I totally get why it's been chosen. It's just I haven't really got the same nostalgic love that you guys have for it, really. Any more you want to say about this one? Any other bits?
No, all good.
No, cool. Right, we're cracking on. We're on to number 28, and this is a classic for most people. It is Rainbow Islands. This is an amazing port done by Graph Gold, published by Ocean, came out in 1990. I think everybody knows it, really. It's based on the Taito arcade game, where and is the sequel to Bubble Bobble. It's a completely different game, and this time Bub and Bob have been turned into their human forms, and frustratingly, actually, it's different, isn't it? You take it in turns this time. It's not really a two-player game. It's sort of like two-player taking in turns, but a whole different concept to Bubble Bubble. You basically can build rainbow bridges, which you can also break as an attack. So the whole idea is you capture the enemies in the rainbow or hit them with the rainbow, and then they turn into goodies. And the whole concept is there's rising water, so you have to get up the level to the top, where you get the treasure chest and a whole host of goodies to say you've reached the end of the level. Lots of different worlds to explore. You've got insect and war and horror worlds. They're brilliantly themed ideas, each with a fantastic end-of-level boss. This is an amazing arcade home port. It really is. I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy. Do you want to say your thoughts on this one?
Arcade perfect. It is the best arcade conversion on the Amiga. Completely and utterly captures the thrills of the arcade. I mean, it's a visually stunning game at the best of times. Loved it in arcade, loved it in the 8-bits, loved it on the Spectrum, right? It seems to be a game that just got love done to it and delivered on the home computers. One of the best arcade ports we've ever played. I don't know why this game was so convertible, you know what I mean? But it does make you, ask that question. If you
Right.
get, I mean,
Andrew Braybook was a genius programmer. For
yeah, he is a genius. I mean, he really is. I mean, the amount of games he's created over the years is sensational. He's made hit after hit after hit. He doesn't have really much stinkers in his long career list. Let's be honest, but.
Alley Cat springs to mind. But for the most part.
Right.
For the most part, you're absolutely right. You know, Uridium 2, Fire and Ice, Paradroid. Yeah, everyone's a goodie.
Exactly, mate, right? So, yeah, you're bang on there, mate. And it's not just how it looks, it's how it feels and how it plays. It's very precise. Now, that's very difficult. So, right, let's just take a step back. Imagine doing a conversion today. We have all the information on the internet, okay?
Yeah.
We can read about the nuances of a game, all the secrets that if you do this and do that, these conditions happen. Also, the pixel perfect placing of things in the screen, where the clouds are, where the bricks are, where the creatures spawn, right? We can do that with a lot more ease if we were making an arcade conversion today because someone's written...
Yeah, or you just grab the ROM.
You grab the ROM, it's there to facsimile it that way. But the nuances, people write about that. You know, there's dissertations written on stuff like this, and pages and pages and pages. You can go and find it and do the most accurate arcade port now. Let's wind back. Bag of coins, piss off to the arcade, map it, learn it, and come back and do a thing. If they're lucky enough, if they're big enough, a developer with influence, they perhaps were able to get the arcade cab into their halls of residence. You know, Ocean would probably be one of the few companies that had the affordability to get that kind of stuff in. Otherwise, like Bob Pape's book, which summed it up perfectly on getting the perfect conversion, it requires a photographic memory almost, you know. So this is
he
up
was
there
literally
with
given a
that.
bag of coins for when he did the Rampage home port.
Yeah. So there we go. This game is perfection in terms of one of the best arcade games out there anyway. Titles, I mean, Bubble Bobble and Rainbow Islands are massive favourites of mine anyway, right? They're just absolutely incredible. And here is someone here delivering that experience on your home computer, just like that. Brilliant to play, so enjoyable. No wonder people always praise this when it comes to the Amiga.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, what about you, Rick? What's your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, I can't really add much more, man. I mean, you know, it's a fantastic conversion, like you say. The sort of I don't know what that. I know there's a story, isn't there, about like it's written down how they sort of did this conversion. I've not read it, but you know, clearly a lot of attention to detail has been made in literally almost recreating the original source code through visual representation, if you get what I mean, just by looking at the game and playing it.
Yeah, because he had to. He had to basically rewrite it.
Yeah.
From the Atari ST version, because the Amiga he just knew it wasn't really. It wasn't using the Amiga to the best of its ability, so he just went back to the drawing board and rewrote it. There's very few like programmers and developers that would go the extra mile just to make sure every single version.
I think they must have been as much of a fan of this game as you guys were, I think.
Yeah. So you're not really a platform guy, are you?
No, I mean, I do like the game.
We like shit platformers like Warner, but we'll leave it at that.
There should be a Warden Amiga version. But it's a great game, man. It's a really good conversion, and one of the highlights of the Amiga sort of arcade conversion list. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, no, I love it, and in the book, all the spin-offs and variants, like you got Bubble Bobble and Parasol Stars gets some mention. So don't worry if you love those versions as much as we do. They do get a mention in the book, but obviously we had to choose. We didn't want to fill our top 50 list with just all the similar games in the series, isn't it?
Yeah.
So awesome! I really, really love those. Shall we go on to the next game though? This is another real favourite of mine. to number 27. And this is another real favourite of mine, really special. It is Pinball Dreams. It's done by 21st Century Entertainment, published by, of course, they're better known as Hewson Soft, really, is the new name. And, of course, developed by Digital Illusions, which, of course, you know, they went on to great things as well, DID. But this came out in 1992 and really was the game that put them on the map. Because it was the first time that you really had realistic pinball in the home. I know there were ones before, you had Pinball Mania, etc. But this one, I don't know, it just captured more than any other that feeling of pinball in the home, in my opinion. I'm going to pass it to you, Kingy, because I know you're such a huge fan of pinball arcade games.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, I'm a huge pinball fan anyway. I always grew up in, you know, because living in a seaside resort, as I've said on many a podcast prior, I was exposed to many arcade games. But side by side with that, pinball is as much about the arcades as video games are for me. You know what I mean? I just love the whole experience, a very tactile and very addictive piece of entertainment. But it never, I mean, it's been tried and attempted in, especially in the 8-bit area and other 16-bit systems. It just doesn't capture it. Just because you've got a couple of flippers at the bottom and knocking a ball up to the top, that doesn't really give a pinball game. You know, that's the equivalent of buying one of these cheap things you got, you know what I mean, you pull back a spring and fire, you know what I mean, the things you mean,
toys, the
little toys, right? It doesn't give that kind of entertainment. And then along came Pinball Dreams and its series of successors, you know, sequels from it, and they always gave you 4 tables. So in this one you had Ignition, Steel Wheel, Beatbox and the hauntingly fantastic Nightmare. Now everyone has their own particular favourite. I think personally your favourite is based on not the theme but how good you were at it. There's some tables like Ignition I've always been lousy at, but I like the table. But Steel Wheel, Western Cowboy one with banjo music and whatnot, I was actually better at playing it. The table design was more for me, and I racked up a lot higher scores because that's what pinball's about. So I don't care for arcade high scores, but my goodness, when it comes to pinball high scores, I do not and will not have someone beating my score. That really hacks me off, so I get very competitive that way. But the physics are bang on, the visuals are great, and the scrolling, because that's the trouble with any pinball game, and it is still the downside to pinball games, unless you're playing it on a vertical monitor, only something you can do in modern days, is that you can't keep your eye on the whole of the table at all times. You have to follow the ball. So this is the next best thing. But I think digitally, it revolutionised pinball for video games forever, to be honest. You wouldn't have Zen Pinball if this didn't exist. So,
yeah, definitely.
You know, well done to this. It's fantastic and I absolutely love it.
So Steel Wheel's your favourite table, is it?
Yes, on this one, yes.
Yeah, I think for me, Nightmare's my favourite one.
Good. Good hunt music.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing, is the music in here is so good, as well as the visuals. But just every tune, including the intro tune, is just awesome, isn't it? It really is a showcase of what the guys could do, because of course they came from like the demo scene as well. So I mean, and Rick, what about you? What's your thoughts of this game?
I think I preferred Sonic Spinball. I'm joking. No, man, this was a fun. You know, obviously people will have their own favourites, because there was three games, wasn't there, in the in the series. But for me, the Pinball Dreams is always going to be my favourite. Strangely, Kingy, just like you, mate, Steel Wheel was the one I spent the most time on. I was able to, you know, when the ball, when you do those sort of loop the loops and you can keep them going, you start racking up like 20 million because you've got it nailed, you know,
exactly,
you know, things like that. You know, I did like Nightmare as well, because it's got a really good look graphically to that one as well. I think those are my favourite two tables from them. Steel Wheel for the gameplay and Nightmare for the graphics and music, but they're all good tables. It's just like you say, it's just what you prefer. But yeah, fantastic game.
I mean, Beatbox, the other table was also quite good with progression as well, because you're sort of like working your way up the charts through your score.
Yeah.
So you felt good progression. You're right, they're all good. Probably the weakest table is Ignition, but only because it's a very empty table. But purposely so. It's designed to be a faster, but there's less to do, so it doesn't hold your attention as long, isn't it? But I sort of agree with everything that you guys been saying, and it's such a special game, and it really breaks my heart. Like when you've heard people that have played the SNES version or the Game Boy Advance version or even the PC version. I mean, I was horrified when I picked up the GOG versions of these, because I thought, I love them. I'm going to pick them up when it came up. And it's the PC version. It's so inferior, the PC version. It's just not the same. You need the Amiga music. You need the Amiga visuals to really sort of like elevate it. Thankfully, today you can. Antstream does have the Amiga versions, which is nice. There's a legal way to play it there, but yeah, just crank it up on an Amiga or like Amiga emulation. It's really the only way to play these games. They were designed for the Amiga.
I'll actually, can I do a little plug for 2 seconds? Someone remade it for the Amstrad CPC, and it's absolutely exceptional.
Yes,
I remember that. I've not played it, but I've seen. But
just as a side note, if people who are fans of that and want to try it on a different system, to do it in an 8-bit computer and make it as gorgeous and playable as it is on the Amstrad, is a wizardry going on there. So seriously,
it's
check
amazing.
that out.
Now I remember seeing that. Now, you've reminded me of that, mate. It's a great little version.
And of course, it's amazing, isn't it? Because Digital Illusion, of course, they went on to be DID, and of course, doing all the Battlefield games and Bad Company and all those things. So they became, to people that perhaps know those more modern games, it's interesting to see this is where they began. This is where they cut their
That's
teeth,
crazy, isn't it? Coming from the demo scene, knocking it out the park with games like this, and then just carrying on through. Through to the later periods. It's amazing.
Exactly. And now obviously for people who are saying, I prefer Pinball Fantasies or Pinball Illusions, we cover them all in the book.
Yeah, I mean, it's a celebration. We had to start at the first game. You couldn't really jump per se because you had the first Origin game that spurred it all. So we had to celebrate the first one, but all of them, series is excellent. Yeah,
they're all good. I mean, I think Pinball Dreams is the best of the 3. Maybe that's nostalgia speaking, but they're all great. I mean, they're all fantastic tables. They all have their own virtues, but I think also you're right that Pinball Dreams that was the revolution. Everything else was iteration, wasn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
No, fantastic. Right then, chaps, we're coming up to the last game of this
Already?
part.
Wow.
Amazingly, we're up to 26, unless I've skipped one. No, we are. We're definitely up to the last game of this episode, and it's been a real blast going through these all. And this is a brilliant game, as you've heard with that fantastic little snippet of music. It is Harlequin. This is a really unique platform game. There's never really been a game quite like it. And it was developed by Warp Factory, probably, a sort of interesting sort of like developer, and of course published by Gremlin. I'm going to pass it to you again, Kingy, because
I knew I was going to get picked on with this one.
Yeah, because I know how you love your platformers like me.
I do. This is a very special game to me because it's a very much a kind of dark Alice in Wonderland like game where you play this little jester Harlequin fella who loves his world, okay? Chimerica is his world, okay?
Yeah.
And it's a bit like my own hometown. You grew up and you loved it, and it's turned to shit, right? I think we all live in these towns these days, don't we? And he promises to return it to its original splendour. That's the premise for this dark, macabre platform game that it can be difficult at times, but I think it played like no other game. I really did. The level design is quite unique. I think the way you have to search for the objects you're looking for and so forth, and activation switches and such like, it's not as obvious. You do get a bit lost. Some people perhaps get frustrated by playing it, but I don't know. Maybe because it was another kind of early doors Amiga game for me, because I was only starting to play the Amiga at 91, 92 anyway.
Yeah.
And I was impressed by everything. Perhaps that's what it is. But it's
still impressive. It's still impressive.
It is really impressive. And we covered this in a previous podcast anyway.
Yeah.
And went into a lot more detail. I like how Rick himself kind of went, is this the Amiga's answer to the Castlevania series? It's I get what you're saying there, Rick, with that in your mini review for that. For me, I just always see it as a dark Alice in Wonderland, Lewis Carroll type thing that is twisted and distorted. It's not a happy game in that way, so it's not a cutesy platformer, and I think that's what appealed more to me about it, if truth be told. I mean, I think it absolutely deserves to be in any top 50.
It is, because this will have passed so many people by, because it only came out on the Amiga. There's no other version out there. You can play it on Antstream. It's good that Antstream have it, or crank it up on the Amiga. But this is, whereas a lot of the other platform games did see other versions, this was unique. This was unique. It's a interesting game. It is, going back to it. It is a really frustrating platform game. It's got all the tropes that really annoy the sort of like long platform jump after jump. That if you miss one, then you go straight to the bottom. You got to do it all again. It's got all of those frustrations that you do get at the period, but it sort of does carry you through with the music and there's just something about the uniqueness about it all that really just wows you, doesn't it? And of course, if people are wondering, the Warp Factory also did Zool 2. So, they also did that game as well. What about you, Rick? What's your thoughts of this game?
Yeah, I mean, like Kingy said, because I'd never played this back in the day. This is obviously one that passed me by as well. And I'm not saying it's a Castlevania game per se, but there's just a sort of elements to it that kind of gave me vibes of Castlevania, with the sort of weapon that you use. You got all the hearts flying everywhere, and it does kind of have a similar sort of arc to the whip and that. I know it's a very different game, but it's just there's certain elements that do sort of cross over. It's very gothic. sort of almost sort of maybe inspired by the Batman films, maybe to a certain degree. The Tim
Perhaps,
Burton
yeah,
ones.
yeah.
Bit of that in there, perhaps. Really big floaty jumps, meaning it's not tight platforming. It's a lot more sort of floaty, and you also got the umbrella, haven't you, to sort of float down, which gives you a little bit extra maneuverability in the air. Just a nice game. Lots of weird, quirky, different environments as well. It starts off, like you say, quite gothic. Then it starts going a bit mental with like clowns and stuff.
I know.
It even turned into a Harlequin,
doesn't it? Yeah,
as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I tell you, it kind of reminds me of when we covered Weird Dreams.
Yes.
Just in terms of visual, sort of like that weirdness, that off kilter weirdness. Of course, this is a playable and a good platformer, but it's got that sort of weird off kilter imagination and darkness to it that Weird Dreams does. But this is a really special, interesting game. It's one that I guess what you do have to go in with the mindset that it is a frustrating platformer, but you have to put a little bit of time to get particularly good, and sort of save states help quite a bit with this, particularly with some of the jumps. But honestly, I'd recommend all the games we talked about tonight. But this is one that, because it passed so many people by, I would love people to give a try to, because I think it is a real hidden gem that a lot of people missed out on, because it really was. I mean, that Rick even had an Amiga, and it passed you by, didn't it? So, and anybody who didn't have an Amiga, this probably would have also completely passed them by. Pure imagination, pure wonder. And
everybody missed the message. It was a dark world, and he was firing love into the world to make it a better place, right? The message was lost, and the world is even shitter for it.
But every level's really interesting. But you're absolutely right. It is very much Alice in Wonderland. I mean, it does get very Alice in Wonderland, from eat me cakes to playing cards and all of this. But
definitely.
Wonderful game, and a great way to end this episode on. So that's really, really good. So, well, I hope you've enjoyed part one. Obviously, we're soon to be releasing part two, which will be the bottom, the 25 to 1 of our favourites. So amazing games coming up
very
to cover.
games,
really excited. But I really hope you've enjoyed this episode, and along with the book. But just, even if you don't even look at the book, just and try and go through some of these games. I'd particularly love to know if you've, as well, if you've never really played on the Amiga, what you think of these games, because there's so many people out there that are just have never experienced, and we're always happy on Discord to help explain how to set it up for emulation. You will see, certainly at the front of the book, and I think I mentioned it at the back as well, how to, just a small box out of how you can play Amiga games, just giving you some of the options, like you can, emulate it, but I give like a YouTube link that explains how to do it, or the Amiga Mini, or like Amiga Forever, which is like a bought version of the emulator that has it all set up for you, or of course, modding real hardware. I didn't go into like the Mister, which is another way of doing it, FPGA, just purely because it's prohibitive. Well, it's a great way of doing it, but to be honest, people probably who've gone to the effort of the Mister would know how to do it anyway. Yeah. I tried to keep it, but particularly so you'll see on page 4 of the book, there's a little QR code and a link to a YouTube video that I used for the Launchbox setup. So Launchbox is a free front end. You don't have to pay for it, because you don't need like big box or anything. And it pulls in all the box art but more importantly, the way that this guy explains how to set it up, it has the WHD versions of all the games, so you're not having to worry about disc swapping when you play it and all the difficulties. And it's none of the weird complexity of like when you look at WinUAE and there's like 1,000,001 options. You just click it and you're in playing, and that's the way it should be, you know. And that's what in the past has put so many people off trying the Amiga. Because they haven't got a clue, you know, they don't know all these hardware types and everything.
It's a big pain in the arse, for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. So, chaps, is any final thoughts before we wrap things up for this episode?
Yeah, well, I think it's been quite an exciting top 50. Perhaps a number of them, well, not top 50, sorry, first 25.
Yeah.
I think a number of these have been bubbling under ones, and some will be divisive. Some people, why the hell that has that been in the list? I mean, but we're always going to get that. It's fun. We're having a bit of banter as well. But there's some definitive Amiga games that we have discussed in here, and this is only a precursor to the final 25. It's going to get exciting now.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, you're absolutely right. We're not, everybody has personal experiences, and crumbs, we couldn't decide. Our lists, our top 50 lists when we were trying to compile this was so vastly different. It was a real game. And it will be the same for all our listeners. We're not saying that this is the definitive top 50. This is just...
Well, it's my definitive, because I fought for every game I wanted.
Yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, there's quite a few that I was amazed that didn't, you know, they made my top 50, but didn't make the ultimate list. But then it's not really about that. It's about giving people good exposure of some of the best, because it is very... There's so many games that came out on the Amiga that it's so easy to just get lost if you don't know the Amiga and you don't have that historic exposure to the Amiga. It's so easy to just get lost and end up playing lots of really like some of the poorer games, and then colouring your whole viewpoint of the system based on those games that you've tried. Whether I think, you know, that this list is a great overview for both veterans of the Amiga, but also, you know, people new. And that's what I'm particularly excited with. I'm really hoping that there'll be some people where the Amiga is pretty new to them, that they'll use this book and podcast as a guide. That's my fondest hope with all of this, that they'll learn to appreciate some of these games that we've grew up with and adored. And as I say, like in the end of book 2, not only do you have like all some of the others in the sort of retro gaming industry, you know, like YouTubers, etc., giving their personal lists, but more importantly, at the end as well, you've got hundreds of games given mini reviews of what I personally consider the best in each genre. So, you know, that at least covers a lot of you know. So I guess what I'm saying is if there's like your favorite that you feel that we've missed out on the top 50, hopefully it will be in that list at the end of book 2. So there'll be some mention of it at least. What about you, Rick? Any final thoughts before we wrap things up?
Yeah, definitely, mate. I'm just happy that I've got a new convert to Panza kickboxing. Kingy.
Pansy kickboxing, yeah.
That was quite satisfying that Kingy actually liked Panza kickboxing. Whether he'll play it or not is another.
It is decent, yeah.
It is a decent game. It's just not my sort of game.
No, for sure. But I mean, that's the joy of doing a collaborative top 50, isn't it? Because we've ended up with a list that is eclectic, and whilst you keep ribbing me for my choices on certain things, I'll always take it with a pinch of salt, because you know, everyone's got their taste, haven't they? And
doesn't take away the impact that these games had on you.
No, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, yeah, no, we only jest with it. It is.
Oh, I'm not. I'm serious. I'm definitely serious when it comes to these crap tastes.
Unique taste. Let's go with unique. It's,
I've always been a bit of a contrarian, I must admit.
awesome. Well, no, I think it's been a really good episode. And, you know, as I say, you'll see... Obviously, you'll see in the show notes, and we'll be shouting from the rooftops that Book 1 has been released at the same time this comes out. So you'll be able to download it, read through it, and it'd be a great companion piece to this episode. Book 2 will go in tandem with the release of episode 2 that we are soon to record. So we're really excited to go through, as Kingy says, the bottom 25, you know, the 25 to 1, because we got some amazing games lined up for you.
Can't wait.
Yeah. Right, boys and girls, well, I hope you enjoyed this special episode for RGDS and had as much fun listening to it as we had recording and sort of loving and learning and playing these games again. So please join us in re-experiencing or experiencing for the first time these games as well. And if you do, you know, please reach out on Discord or to us on social media, and, you know, just tell us how you felt with it and what you thought of these games. We'd love to hear. We really would.
Yep. Yeah, sure.
Okay, boys and girls, well, it's been a great one, and catch you in part 2. Keep it retro.
Oh no, keep it Miggy.
Keep it Meggy, yeah. Only Amiga can make it happen.